But the grip's never said. Look at where his fingers are on there. Who else holds a stem? Which main top players holds the stem of a dart? 2 players stand out for me.
Ryan choice.
100.
Not that I know of. Steve Beaton.
Yes, yes.
Nathan Aspinall.
83.
Such a difficult thing, grip. It's something I try not to teach. I think we're blessed with a good grip. I've heard that term of hold it like you would hold a pen. Well, not for me. That's not the style for me. But if you can grip that down, and I think that's why one of the reasons the technology, the improvement, where the scallop in a dart, where you're feeling a dart the same every single time has come prevalent.
45.
Which is one very prevalent with the likes of Simon Whitlock and O'Connor Scott. Absolutely swears by the scallop in his dart.
The man who was again, he has a unique flight.
140.
That tri-flight himself and Devon Peterson used, isn't it? With just the 3 prongs of attack.
Yeah, I think Connor Scott's kind of in and out as opposed to that flight. But the last time I did see him play, he did have the tri-flight in at the World Championship.
Mike, you require 120.
Excellent start here from Van Velzen. It was a 160 attempt from Huntley. This time it's the 120. It's a beautiful first dart. A lovely second dart.
100.
Well, top drops low, and that's the target Van Velzen's looking at.
Keanu, you require 40.
And this for Van Velzen is probably, at this level in a Group C, the kind of standard you need to have success. If you could break in 5 visits, hold in 6, you're not going to be too far off, and that's exactly what Van Velzen's done here.
2 legs gone, averaging 100.20.
Third leg is Mike to throw first.
But one thing you did tell me, you said, oh, by the way, Glenn, here at the Modus Super Series, we've got lots of new faces now, but one thing hasn't changed. It's Owen Binks referee in there. But has he grown about 4 foot?
60.
Look, I mean, look at the size of him.
That's just his ego through his TikToks.
100.
Look at the size of the man. He's huge.
Tell you what, the moustache has got better from last time.
135.
That man there is not an Owen Binks impersonator. You couldn't pay someone enough to be that. That's Anton Mays, who does a fantastic job here 55. At the Super Series. He's been officiating all the action over the course of the last few days. We'll see him back here next week when the Lucky Devil gets to spend 3 days with myself and Scott Mitchell
85.
here in Portsmouth. Sunny Portsmouth.
Yes, I must admit, when it came up 5 hours 36 to Portsmouth, yes, but the scoring power of that young man has really impressed me in this opening match for him. He's leading the game 2-0. Yes, he's left a bogey number here, but it's been a delightful start, and the 2 players that have come down from Group A could be looking at perfect starts.
Well, it's 0-6 in favour of the Group A players up to press. A little bit like Marvin, it feels like that first dart is oh so important for Keanu Van Velzen.
Mike, you require 136.
Yeah, I'll come back to something that I picked up on his throw a little bit later. He'll want to concentrate. He ain't looking where the darts are going right now. He'll be delighted when he turns around because he has an opportunity to lead this game by 3 legs to 0, importantly, with 2 breaker throws.
55. Keanu, you require 40.
There might be another break in 5 visits. He looks concerned in the background. He's got reason to believe so. 3-0 to the good Keanu Van Velzen. 3 from 3 on the doubles, averaging 104.86.
Fourth leg is Keanu to throw first. Game on.
And that's something that you highlighted, Henry. That his scoring power is on point, and that's exactly how it's been. But 14 and 16 and 13 darts is world class. And it's been a phenomenal
51.
start. Now the job is just to see it out. The talk about the fact that that last leg is the hardest one to win. Well, you said he's learning lessons on that stage, and that's what he's doing right now.
60.
I had a little chat with Keanu this morning, but I don't know him too well as of yet. But what kind of strikes me about him is I get the sense he's a bit of a rhythm player, a bit of a confidence player.
98.
Forget the confidence. You're absolutely spot on. He's about rhythm because his release point, and when I talk about the release point, watch the dart go back of Huntley there, just right on his cheek. the release point of Marvin
100.
Van, I knew I was going to do that, of Keanu Van Velzen isn't the same each time because he's about rhythm and feel. That is shorter. He's about rhythm, and I think you're spot on with your
140.
analysis there.
Well, Michael Huntley, when he arrived here, put a post up on
100.
social media with a picture of an album cover of the Arctic Monkeys. And maybe it's just continuing the pattern that we began to emerge of him. He looks good on the darts floor, but on the stage, it is not happening for him right now.
57.
Yeah, he's averaging just shy of 87. In normal circumstances on your opening game of the day and rising, that can be enough. I think the focus should be, and rightly, the fact that the way Van Velzen has soared out this game.
140. Keanu, you require
Huntley's down to 101.
155.
Van Velzen, this for the match.
78 remaining. Treble 18 will leave him double 12.
95.
So Huntley to
Mike, you
keep
require
himself in the
101.
contest.
Can he put this in room 101? Well, that first start, very similar to the 120 finish. Was perfection, but that is a disaster.
23 remaining. But it may be surplus to requirements, whatever he does here, because Keanu Van Velzen hasn't missed a dart at a double yet in this contest. He's got to get 2 to win it here.
85. Keanu, you require 60.
Just gathering his thoughts, getting himself ready. Does he have to move? Is that a help or is it a hindrance? Just a little tweak to the left. It's a move to the right. But that is a special performance and it's a victory for Van Velzen of the highest degree. Mike Huntley had a wry smile on his face throughout there. Van Velzen enjoyed that, and why not? Because he was superb. And look at those numbers. A big 4-0 victory, a 98.56 average, 4 from 5 in the doubles. Absolutely perfect. Follow that, Joshua Burkfield and Carl Wilkinson. They're up next.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where so far the new combatants in Group C are legless. 4-0 wins for Matt Clark and Keanu Van Velzen to kick the session off. Game number 3, a meeting between Joshua Burksfield and Carl Wilkinson. Wilkie, who's the heavy favourite, the odds compiler to go on and win the group 13-8 before a dart was thrown this afternoon. Up against Joshua, making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Played in the previous series, finished 3rd in Group C. The 30-year-old from Middlesex, using his own custom dart. I'll tell you a little bit more about that as the game in the afternoon wears on. Up against Wilkinson, 41 years of age, from Barnsley. Won the first week of the previous series, looking to win the second week of this. Made it through to Champions Week. And, well, his favourite moment of that was doing the double over Charlie Manby. Don't say that the Yorkshire rivalry doesn't still exist, because it very much does. Glenn's alongside me for this one. Carl Wilkinson, if you break everything down, ability, numbers, form in recent times, should be a step above, shouldn't he?
Yeah, there's just one word you've missed there.
First leg is Joshua to throw first. Game on.
And that's expectation now. Because as I've waxed lyrical so much about Carl Wilkinson, that he's one of those players where he was just playing local league stuff. We all knew when you went to play him in Super League, he was the one player you didn't want. He didn't fear. He wasn't caring about reputations. When I went to Yorkshire Super League, he wanted to play me. Mark McGeaney came over with me. We had a bit of a dream team, but when we went to his team, he wanted the best players. So to see him then becoming Yorkshire captain, representing England, which I know is a real big thing for him, winning a week here and the raw emotion as well from that week as well. But now there's that expectation of Carl Wilkinson, and Group A didn't go for him. And as me and you said, he's 13-8 favourite before a dart was thrown. He should be winning this group.
125.
Whereas perhaps in the past, the last couple of years prior to his successes in 2025, he's the type of player we probably looked at and thought, 100. We know he's got ability, but maybe wasn't somebody that we always thought would get to the sharp end of this competition, where now you look at him in a week and you think he's a bona fide weekly
70.
winner and a contender to go very deep in Champions Weeks now.
Yeah, it might be a northern thing, but every time Wilkinson got on that stage, I fancied him to win. He's a player that expected him to win. I was just admiring the throw there of Burksfield 55. As well, and he's another player I've been following. I went down to see him. I said, why does the name William Burksfield mean so much to me? I think I must have played him for Middlesex County. He said it's his granddad's brother.
Joshua,
so thanks, you have made me feel very old now, Joshua.
Looking good for a man in your 70s, Glenn. Burksfield 1-2-1.
It wasn't funny the first time he said it. Treble 18 should be the shot.
53.
And these are the types of finishes. When you're against the dart, potential 14 darty for Wilkinson. It's double 16 for a breaker throw.
37.
So it's an opportunity for Burksfield to hold his throw. It's a hold of throw which, maybe to a certain extent, may feel like a little bit of a break. Because it's felt like Wilkinson's had control of this opening leg, but Burksfield has a couple in hand, a double 4 to win it. And when it does,
shot on the first
in
leg,
6 minutes, 1-0 to the man from Middlesex.
Yeah, a strange line I'm going to make here, but I think this is going to be a very competitive Group C, despite the fact we're on the back of 2 4-0 victories there. I like Joshua Burksfield. And he plays a lot of his good darts at the ADC. I was chatting with him this morning as well in relation to one of his wins he's had on the ADC is at the Frimley Green Workingmen's Club. Let me tell you, that sent shivers through me. 180 might send shivers through him as well, because that's his first of the day. I'm sure there'll be many more to come. And he's taken control of this match early doors.
You had some fun in Frimley Green over the years, didn't you, Glenn?
It's a bit like a snooker player, Henry. You know, when they drive and they see the word Sheffield, they see the Crucible and Butter. And I'm sure as a dart fan you do, Henry. When you drive to 59. Lakeside and you see that sign, Frimley Green, it was just a real moment. And I found this club away from the pantomime that was the World Championships.
140.
Just seeing it in writing earlier. I'd love to go back there just one more time.
Yeah, very special venue, that's for sure.
Just look at the flick of that wrist from Berksfield. It's a very elegant throw.
121.
My concern's a little bit manufactured, whereas Wilkinson, it's about instinct, that throw. He just sees the target, he hits the target, keeps it very
100.
simple.
Joshua, you require 141.
So 141 for Berksfield for the break and a 2-0 lead. Not to be. Wilkinson only needs the one treble here to give himself a dart at tops to level up at 1 apiece.
55. Carl, you require 120.
That was a good attempt in the previous game from Mike Huntley on this 120. Needs the treble. Opportunity knocks here for
100.
Berksfield
Joshua, you require 86.
to continue this trend of players winning quite comfortably. This would be for a 2-0 lead, this 86 finish. He'll stay there. It's bullseye. This for 2-0 feels like a big moment.
But a chance goes a begging.
61.
And Wilkinson hot on his
Carl, you
toes.
require 20.
Looking at 2 10s to square up. Been a good contest this so
Game
far.
shot on the
And
second
unlike
leg,
the first
Carl
2 games,
Wilkinson.
it is a contest. We're back on terms, 1 apiece.
Third leg
You
is Joshua
mentioned
to throw first.
Joshua's
Game on.
county record for Middlesex. It should mean that playing on this stage may not overwhelm in a way that perhaps at other players it would, because he'll be used to playing on a stage. It's just getting used to there being a load of cameras and a load of people watching you.
I think it's a great point. And I know that the BICC is
58.
used to be the pathway for many players now, but let me tell you, representing your county is still a fantastic foundation to come to places like this. The greatest stage in amateur darts, the biggest title that these players are
100.
playing for. And he looks really settled against an impressive Wilkinson. I mean, look at the focus in the eyes there, the determination.
100.
I have been getting some intel from a county teammate of Joshua's.
It's not Cameron Crabtree again. You've mentioned his name 17 times today.
Haven't mentioned him
44.
once. I've just got sources in plenty of different areas, Glenn, that's all. Very research journalist.
60.
Saucers. Come on, ketchup.
That was mustard. But you may look at the setup he's got here. Now, that's something he has made himself. He can make his own darts. And
60.
one of his ambitions in the future would be to make darts for one of the manufacturers, one of the companies that produce darts, but does enjoy creating his own
81.
setups in the
Joshua, you require
meantime. This is a modified version,
117.
apparently, of the Red Dragon Penetrator dart that he's throwing, and throwing to decent effect here.
Treble 18 should be the last dart, but that's okay.
57.
No problems whatsoever with that. Leaves a 2-darter. Wilkinson way back on 2-0-2.
As you say, darts very much in the Berksfield blood. In fact, if you go on the Middlesex County
45.
Darts
Joshua, you
database,
require
you just see
60.
that last name, a load of other first names on there. It is a proper darting family. And this is a proper performance so far. And that's a 2-1 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. Joshua Berksfield.
Very, very impressive.
Fourth leg is
Sort of
Carl
allude
throw
to the
first.
fact that he could be a
Game on.
dangerous floor. I felt all 6 had a case in this one. We did mention the fact that this man in your picture was the standout performer.
85.
But we did also say maybe, you know, for the people who like to have a bet, that they may just be watching the first couple of games, because 13-8 was a hot favourite for Wilkinson on what I think is going to be a competitive group.
60.
And no one likes a floater. Difficult to get rid of.
$100.
And he was a dangerous floater. Last time was Joshua Berksfield. Finished third in the group. Knocked on the door. Qualification, was unable to crowbar it open. So that'll be the plan and the objective, to
100.
get through to Saturday night, right the wrongs of his previous appearance here. And I'm sure the Middlesex Massive will be here on Saturday night to support him.
60.
How far is Middlesex from here?
It's about an hour and a half in the car. 3.5 if I'm driving.
140.
Yes, that was one of my favourite one-liners where it took you, was it 9 hours to get to Sunderland for a game? I was trying to write back. I used to have a car like that.
Yes,
60.
because it was snowing. It was snowing and it was icy.
It
And I had to drive past jackknife lorries.
It snows in Sunderland in July.
Had a lovely ham, hock and chips, mind.
85.
Sat next to your good pal and colleague, Mark Wilson.
Yes,
A lot of the TalkSport games up there.
we were just saying how good he is at his job earlier, weren't we?
100.
Yeah, really good as
Joshua,
Willow.
you require 116.
Well, Berksfield has been very good in this contest so far. Very enjoyable. Played at a really good rhythm. But this to take total control of this game. To nod of the head from Wilkinson. And I think he's right,
Shot on
because
the
that
fourth leg.
is a beautiful
Joshua
finish.
Berksfield.
Well, we were told by our colleagues in Middlesex to watch out because he can throw and he is improving, and the evidence is
Fifth leg
most
is Joshua to
certainly
throw
conducive
first.
of that. A 116
Game on.
to go 3-1 to the good, and now with the darts in hand to complete a rout of Wilkie. Wilkinson being put to the sword.
180.
This is impressive. And I asked the Middlesex Massive to also send me some information. But the information to these two players right now is more of this, please.
Shut up, Glenn. They're both on a 9. No more.
Yes, I'm the biggest fan of Modus Super Series, and Paul Nicholson telling you off
78.
when there's about to be a 9-darter and you open your trap is another highlight. So say nothing, Henry.
99.
So you, by saying that, meant that you put Wilkie off.
Fair point. Still trying to get over your floaters.
Is that still logged in your mind?
84.
Anyway, Wilkinson on 2-2-2.
100.
Nice and solid. But he has left that bogey number as Berksfield on the 159.
He's certainly making a mark, isn't he, Glenn?
59. Carl, you require
He's himself a ton after 12.
122.
Wilkinson being forced to take out the 1-2-2 to save the contest. Treble for the bull. Unable to get.
54.
Well, Carl Wilkinson
Joshua,
went into
you
this
require
game
100.
as the big favourite. We said it was going to be a competitive group. In the ADC qualified, Joshua Berksfield can throw a mean dart. He's been superb in this game so far, but cannot finish on that 100.
44.
Will he be back?
Carl, you require 68.
Well, you get the sense this is probably the only chance he's going to get to save this contest. And to his
Game
credit,
shot on
he's
the fifth
taken it.
leg. Cole
A 14 dart
Wilkinson.
break back, and we return to throw at 3-2.
Yeah, I mentioned the fact that the England team's just come out
Sixth
again. I was
leg is
just
Carl
looking
to
at the
throw
social
first.
media. The Carl
Game on.
Wilkinson, the delight that he has to be representing his country. Now, it's great. He's a very silky player. He's a very
96.
talented player, but what you want to see now also is that being adaptable. You want to see someone with that resilience, that fight, that Yorkshire grit that they're so renowned for. And you just saw him with that 68 finish.
100.
No histrionics, just a little growl to the dartboard.
I get the sense he's the type of player, particularly in an international environment, you would just love to play with. Not just a great
95.
player, but I can just imagine he'd be a great teammate as well.
You're talking a lot of sense today, Henry. I mean, just so surprising to me. But yeah, totally agree with you. I'm just not used to this.
It's that automated spreadsheet, Clem.
60.
It's not some sense into me.
Yeah, you seem to have the formula.
$140.
This is really good. Both players averaging over a 90. Used to be the benchmark 90 of a really solid performance now, but now you're looking at 95s to 100s.
Oh, you require
The
170.
elite players banging in over 100 averages, but this has been a real good match play between two great players, and it's looking like
98.
we are going the distance.
Well, we had a World Championship final between two players who were averaging 102 and change for a tournament. And averaging 50% on their finishing for the tournament. That's how the game's changed. And everything gets drip-fed
81.
down.
Cole, you require
And it gets drip-fed
72.
down to this level. And it's Wilkinson's looking to get level. One dart in hand at double 16 to take us the distance.
56. Joshua, you require 160.
Well, all you can ask is an opportunity. Had an opportunity, the 100 finish in the previous leg to see out this match.
So Wilkinson's going to get 3 more
95. Carl, you require 16.
to send us all the way. Our first
Game
4
shot on
free
the
of
sixth
Thursday.
leg, Carl Wilkinson.
Don't expect it to be our last.
Yeah, yesterday was incredible, wasn't it?
7th and deciding leg is Joshua to throw first. Game on.
More 4 frees than Liverpool against Newcastle United back in the 90s.
You know, Wilkinson did all the hard work there, but when you turn around and you see your opponent
100.
plumb in that treble 20, it's almost like you'll have been slightly disappointed with only 100 there, will Joshua, after that first start.
85.
Well, you mentioned how key the start could be today. For Joshua Birksfield, the fillet of confidence beating
96.
the bookmakers' favourite to win this group, Carl Wilkinson would give him, will stand him in great stead for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, very heavily on the ADC this day. It hasn't been playing on the Challenge 2 since 2023. Birksfield did, like many players, go through the development tour, but he's using that ADC to keep him sharp, and boy, isn't he looking sharp. He's had to produce some of his best darts under high-pressure situations today. He's got control. Wilkinson needs a big one.
60.
Can only find a 60. 6 from here for Joshua Birksfield to get over the line for free.
Yeah, you'd love a 140 in this situation. It's where your mind's overthinking the situation.
90.
Oh, I like that. I like that. That second dart made it really awkward. He wanted to stay on the treble 20, of course. And he's still got 6 darts.
Joshua, you require
And part of the reason he went for the ball is
102.
25 would have left him a 127, 1 treble to give himself a dart at the ball as opposed to 132 where you're scampering around a little bit. Treble 17 would have left in the ball. He didn't have to go for it because Wilkinson's all the way back at 196.
Wilkinson looked like a beaten man at that point as he got a
19.
lifeline. Because that is a nightmare from Birksfield. And he's in. Oh boy, he's in. This has been a terrific game, and it's going right down to the wire.
180.
5
Joshua, you
180s,
require
it's down to this.
83.
There's one thing you can't teach, and that's timing. However, that could be irrelevant. However, Wilkinson with
67.
second max, part of the pressure on Burks, who's missed 2 at double 16.
Carl, you require 16.
What a match this has been. 3-1 down. Carl Wilkinson looked like a beaten man more than a couple of times in this game. The wry smile was back on the face when the treble 17, but he's got an opportunity. An opportunity. He spurns.
Score.
Glenn Dower just had flashbacks there.
Paul Hogan all over again.
Joshua, you require 16.
And so 2-8 for Birksfield to wrap it up. He's already missed a couple for the match. But he's
Game
not
shot
going to miss
and a
any
match.
more. And he gets
Joshua
over the line
Birksfield.
by 4 legs to 3, beating the bookies' favourite, Carl Wilkinson. Real polished display that. 3 180s. Missed a few doubles towards the finishing line, but overall, been really happy with that display. For Carl Wilkinson, work to do. Next up, Matt Clark against Michael Huntley.
Welcome back to Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV. And we're at Group C today, and we're already into Game 4. The first two games are pretty straightforward wins for Matt Clark and Keanu Van Velzen. But if you were with us just before the break, Game 3 between Joshua Burksfield and Carl Wilkinson was superb. It went right to the distance. Both players had match darts, but it's Joshua Burksfield that gets over the line to a visually disappointed Carl Wilkinson, a player who was the favourite before a dart was thrown. I just really fancied Matt Clark. I know he was disappointing in that Group's A
First
campaign.
leg, it's Matt to throw
But
first.
he started fantastically well
Game
against
on.
Richard McKee. Now, the 4-0 scoreline flattered to deceive in a sense that Richard had 8 opportunities at a double without taking any of them. But Matt Clark's that type of player. If he can see himself at the top of the table, if he can get a couple of wins under his belt,
96.
a term we've used already, a tough nut to crack, whereas Mike Huntley just played with that wry smile on your face because Keanu Van Velzen was superb, averaging 104 going into the
43.
final leg, finishing with a 98.56. He's got work to do.
Michael made it through to the semi-finals on his previous appearance here. Played in the Legends League at the beginning of the year. Lost out 4-0 to Simon Whitlock
30.
in the semis of that.
And the reason he didn't go to Q-Skill.
Yes.
So much the respect that the Modus Super Series has now, he made a strategic decision that he wanted to go to that Legends Week,
100.
win it, you know, set himself a real foundation rather than go down the route of Q-Skill, Challenge Tour, etc., etc.
Simon actually go on and win that
100.
particular week. Beat Steve West in the final. Simon's first title here at the Live Lounge. What a rich vein of form he's in. Also, another player who made the conscious decision to not play at Q-School.
100.
Is there anybody without breaching any confidential? Is there anyone that you're looking forward to seeing on debut here this year? Is there a name that you looked at thinking, I hope Modus Super Series are contacting them to get them on this series?
I think everybody wants to see the
100.
Portuguese man who
Good
scores.
shout.
Jose de Souza.
Oh, I was thinking of the wrong one. Yeah, great shout. No, I didn't have to. Honestly, I'll tell you a true story, Henry.
60.
2021/22, like these two players are playing now, I would practice with Jose, and I've never, ever seen anyone so good on a dartboard, ever. Taylor, Van Gerwen, Littler. I've never stood behind someone for a period of time,
47.
about 6 months, albeit I was playing terribly. He was, oh man, it was staggering how good Jose was.
Well, Jose's one of the number of players. There was kind of a period around about that time where players had some real peaks. Devon Peterson being
100.
another
Might
one where they
require
had 6 good
128.
months and then it all unravelled. Some bloke won the Premier League and it all went wrong. Mind you, nobody watched the Premier League final in the crowd, so no one will ever know.
Good.
If that was in my back garden, I would have shut the curtains.
Might require
My
98.
87 semi-final average will live in the memory for many as Mike Huntley looks at this 98. A difficult finish. Treble 18 being the shot. Beautiful for double 12.
86. Matt, you require 83.
Well, to mellow his way in. But these are the types of finishes that when we saw him win weeks, he was so effective at. One dart at a time, but he's missed a big number. He ain't going to get a look altogether.
Yeah, it's one thing you don't associate with Matt Clark. Simple,
43.
effective and efficient.
Might require 12.
That's an error. Will it be punished?
It should be. And it
Game
is.
shot on the first leg.
Huntley
Mike
breaks
Huntley.
in the opening leg.
Yeah, you only had one dart to double in that first game, so be glad
Second leg is Mike to
to
throw
see that
first.
double 3. You want Mike
Game
Huntley
on.
to do well. Babyface. 107-year-old. The oldest competitor I've ever had here. He looks great, doesn't he? You can understand the nickname of Babyface.
100.
Going back to players that perhaps you want to see on debut. It's not a player who's been on tour, but somebody who's going to be eligible to play later on this year because they cross the threshold of eligibility, and that's Mitchell
78.
Lawrie, Lakeside finalist last year. He's eligible in, I believe, November. The age criteria, you have to be 16 upwards to play at the Super Series. I think we worked it out. He's eligible on week 12 of the final series of the year.
59.
Wow. Yeah, there's two names I didn't think of. I didn't think of Jose and I should have. And I thought of Mitchell Lawrie playing on that stage.
Well, I suppose David Munya is going to be somebody that a lot of people clamour. Matomo Sakai.
80.
Yeah. Yeah, no walk on that.
No. However, I get the sense that whatever the music, he might be able to give us a very intriguing dance.
Yeah, I was watching the Asian tour. I don't know if you watched it at the weekend as well. He was
60.
producing the goods with a couple of fresh new names as well. There was even one of them I was thinking, I hope I don't commentate on that surname. I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, 2 titles for Haruki Muramatsu. Beat Matomo Sakai in the first final 5-4, won the second final 5-1.
100.
Then Manlok Lung, 1-5-3 in event 3, and Ryuta Arihara beat Christian Perez 5-4.
I never noticed Christian Perez, actually. But yeah, I don't know what it is with that Asian tour. I don't often sort of concentrate on the CDC as much as maybe I should do. Maybe I don't concentrate on the PDC Nordic and Baltic as much as I should. There's just something I really enjoy about that Asian tour. Even sometimes watch Dark Connect on the Chinese Premier League as well.
28 events in the PDC Asian Tour season. The winner of that will qualify for the World Championship along with a number of other host
93.
qualifying spots, as well as the winner of the Asian Championship getting a place at a revamped Grand Slam. 48 players this year in Wolverhampton. I don't think Matt Clark here, Glenn's going to go 3 bulls. What about you?
100.
Well, I say he's very, very old school.
150.
And he doesn't often miss big numbers. That was the catalyst for him losing that first leg. So to answer your question, a definite no. But these are the types of ones for Mike Huntley.
Mike
Why
Require
not?
122.
It is on throw. This would give him total and utter control of this match. He'll start in the 18s. Needs the treble if he's going to check out in this 1-2-2.
May just be one dart on the ball for Matt
90.
Clark to square
Matt,
this
you
game
require
up at 1
90.
apiece. If he doesn't get that or any other target he aims for, Huntley is in position to go 2-zip to the good. That's another big miss number. And that is 2 and 2 legs.
$66. Mike, you require 32.
This for a 2-0 lead. We talk about taking control of this game. It's always one match that you look for with the Matt Clark and
Shot on
Mike
the second
Huntley.
leg, Mike
Despite the
Huntley.
fact losing that opening game by 4-0, will be absolutely
Third leg is
over the
Matt to
moon.
throw
So it's
first.
job well done with the
Game
first
on.
2 legs. He knows he's against the Dartsea, so less pressure. But if he can get through this game, all things are rosy in the garden again.
You mentioned the PDC Affiliate Tours. Because there's more space at the Grand Slam, more opportunity for players. 28 events on the
70.
PDC Asian Tour this year. CDC Tour will have the Cross-Border Challenge and the end-of-year North American Championship, as well as a full program of events. There's 12 events on the Nordic and Baltic Tour, which will then lead to the
60.
second edition of the Nordic and Baltic Championship, which takes place in the second weekend of November in Denmark. First weekend is in Latvia in a couple of weeks' time. Teemu Harju, the defending champion. There's 24
48.
events on the Australian darts circuit, which is being taken over by the ADA this year. Begins in Silver Sands, Western Australia. Shame we didn't get the call for that, Glenn. And then there's 12 events on the DPNZ New Zealand Tour. And the intriguing one is the Next Gen European Tour,
41.
because they have different formats, like the Swiss format, FA Cup, Master Out, Double In, Double Out.
Oh, I didn't know that last one. I mean, the next gen is something I was personally going to be getting involved in as well. Maybe going over doing a little bit of mentoring, a little bit of
93,
coaching with her. But, I mean, some of the initiatives and some of the ideas coming from the next gen is to be applauded. But yeah, you mentioned the Australia one. That took me back to the Australia-New Zealand Premier League
60.
final that I did from this venue, if you remember. Wi-Fi, that's all I will say. Wi-Fi. I think I aged 20 years after that match.
Which now makes you look 120.
100.
Babyface nickname. Very similar to Matt Clark in his opening game. He was leading 2-0 against McKee and went very quiet in the third leg.
100.
That's been the case so far for Huntley. Still 50 points behind. And Matt Clark at the board. Usually so solid at the setup play. Usually so solid in big numbers when he requires it. This is a performance
44.
so unlike Matt Clark.
Well, the rueful shake of the head. He's left himself on the finish, but he's opened up the door for his opponent here. Well, I think this is what we call a stodgy leg, where both players haven't really been able to fire on all
85.
cylinders.
Matt, you require 146.
And Huntley just about leaving himself on the 155. Clark, all of a sudden, from an air of comfortability, is suddenly looking over his shoulder.
42. Mike, you require 155.
Perfect first dart on the 155, treble 19. What a dart that is for double 19.
117.
The eagle-eyed amongst you may have seen in the opening
Matt, you
VT that
require
Michael Huntley took that
104.
finish out at the Legends League back in January. Well, we still are in January, early this month. Triple 20 for double 12. 2 12s to get himself in the contest. And that really would have flicked the switch.
98.
Saw the shoulders sag there for
Mike,
Huntley
you
when the
require
treble 20 went in. I
38.
think he expected the double 12 to go in there from Clark. What an opportunity. Decision to make here. Do you go direct or do you split? Well, there's your answer. And I tell you, the intriguing part of it is, yes, he's missed the target. He's at the double, but it's right above it. How awkward is that first dart? Can he use that first dart as a guide to guide it into that double 13? There's your answer. Now he's surely looking at the top section of that double 13.
25.
What a mess.
Matt, you require 6.
Well, Matt Clark is looking at the trapdoor double 3. One double 1. Can't go no further. Drops
No
low.
score.
I'd like to talk about the rhythm of Clark
Mike,
in
you
the next
require
leg.
13.
It almost feels like he's back to that very slow pace. Now, he's got away with one there. That is just in the 5. You know my theory, if you just hit the big number, the double
Game shot on the
goes.
third leg.
Huntley
Mike
leads 3 legs to
Huntley.
0. I think Matt Clark's now reverted back to that very slow
Fourth leg
rhythm
is
that's
Mike to throw
associated with his
first.
game.
Game on.
And it's at the same time, it's no coincidence that he's averaging 68 at the moment. I think the better the rhythm, the little bit quicker pace from Clark is suiting his game more.
100.
And I suppose the question that I'll throw back here is why, how, and what's the situation behind this occurring?
Yeah, we're very stubborn. When you get into that heat of battle, you don't know that you're playing slow. You don't realise the rhythm and
96.
pace of the game, and that's when your thought process is out there. We can sit here with a mic. That's why they're on the stage, and we're sat in here with a mic. You can pick up those trends, but it's about self-reflection. It's about going back and having a look.
95.
Let the shackles off and throw the darts. I was watching him practice, before. So it was 140, 180, 140, 180.
Looked very relaxed, didn't he?
Well, he buzzed twice.
45.
It was a joke there, but it's straight.
Come on, Glenn, be serious. We're on TV.
Unlike you.
58.
Just remember where you started.
45.
Mike Huntley started this game on 0 points and losing his first game by 4 legs to 0. It's been such a strange performance from Matt Clark. At the first start of this game, I said when he wins a game and gets up and running, he's a
60.
difficult player to beat. It's been far from it. Huntley just has to stay strong. He'd be disappointed with that score of 60 there. He's trying to gather his thoughts behind Clark right now. but you've got to take this man while he's in this form.
48.
6 darts to wrap it up.
Oh, we like that. Again, you can just see the body coming into it. He's just tightening up when he doesn't need to.
80.
That is the effect of you searching for your first 2 points. Clark will know here a maximum. Can it not even change this leg, but change this match?
Well, this to wrap it up 4-0. It'll mean that
Mike, you require
3 of the first 4
108.
games in this session have gone 4-0 to the player throwing second. He's not going to get a look at double 14, but he's going to get another look at something else when he comes back.
60.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, his last 12 darts have looked nervy for Huntley, but Clark is nowhere to be seen. So Huntley once again just gathering his thoughts behind Matt Clark right now.
100. Mike, you require
Clark
48.
down to a finish.
And to finish Matt Clark off, double 16. No
Game shot
mistake
and a match,
whatsoever.
Mike Huntley.
Michael Huntley was beaten 4-0 in his opener by Keanu Van Velzen, but has turned the tables to beat Matt Clark by the same scoreline. And for Superman, he's had an antithesis to his opening salvo. 4-0 Huntley. Next up, Wilkinson against McKee. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Michael Hunter get the better of Matt Clark by 4-0. Game 5, a meeting between Carl Wilkinson and Richard McKee. Two players looking to get their first wins of the afternoon. Richard beaten 4-0 by Matt Clark in his opener, whilst Carl Wilkinson lost out in a last leg decider against Joshua Berkswood in Game 3 of the session. So, two players who are looking to get on the board, two players who played at a Champions Week in 2025, looking to get their 2026 season off to a positive start. But a start is what both players have to make now in this group, Glenn.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing about the Group C, I didn't expect to be saying in Game 5 with the calibre of these two players.
First leg is Carl to throw first. Game on.
Already, it feels like a must-win. You know, that's the beauty of this Group C. You can't let the competition get away with you. And, you know, I thought Wilkinson showed signs of resilience and fight, and he scrapped and then missed his opportunity. Things could have been so differently. And McKee himself, despite the fact losing that opening game to Matt Clark 4-0, he outscored and outpowered Matt Clark. Just had problems with his doubles here. So both had questions to ask. Both have been able to reflect back in the practice room. I think this is a real big game.
Well, Matthew Edgar speaks about the rule of 3. And that's if you lose 3 matches in a Group C scenario, your chances of making it through are rather skinny.
100.
Do you agree with Mr. Edgar?
Yeah. I was again off air. I was talking about Edgar. I'm a big fan of what he does, and I just think his punditry and when you ask him a question, he thinks like he answers like not many pundits would answer. I like his style, and if he says the rule of 3,
140,
then I'll stand by that.
And dresses like no other pundit would.
He's scruffy. He needs to smarten himself up, and I think the Modus Super Series should be issuing a real warning about how scruffy he is. Agree?
January sales are still on.
I was wondering why you've dressed down today, by the way.
100.
You're looking well, actually. Have you lost a bit of timber yourself?
I have lost a bit of timber.
Yeah, you're looking well.
Walking an hour every day and watching what I'm eating. That's why I've got the apples and the grapes.
Should you require 40?
Totter McKee. He's a chef by trade.
Game shot. And the first
And that's
leg,
food
Richard
for thought
McKee.
for Carl Wilkinson. 1-0, 13 Tartar.
Yeah, beautiful opening leg and a 13 dart equates to
Second leg is for Richard to throw
115.62 average.
Game on.
I did think, listen, McKee he's a good player. He's someone whose favourite stage has been on there.
100.
But Carl Wilkinson, Henry, losing his opening 2 games, that would be not what the doctor ordered.
No. You'll need a recipe
100.
for success on that point onwards, that's for sure. So you're a subscriber to the rule of 3.
100.
But is there other players like Carl Wilkinson that perhaps if you back in a corner you could perhaps see come back out swinging more than maybe others would?
I think that's a good question. And like I said, I felt like Matt Clark was that player who could
81.
get in front. So I was proven wrong on that one. I did not expect him to lose that last game there. I've seen Huntley flattered to deceive when he's got himself into real good positions in a Group C and a Group B campaign. Van Velzen I don't really know enough about. I think Berksfield has that. I think the one with the real resilience and fight could be one of these two. But it just feels like it's a group of front runners.
86.
And right now, if you can get 2 or 3 wins under the belt, that's what you would need. But Clark has proven me wrong so far. It's wide open.
Well, you're right in saying that because 3 of the 4 games so far gone 4-0. No one's been able to respond from a deficit.
100. Richard, you require 134.
Averaging over 104 after a leg and a bit. This for a 2-0 lead. Options. Double 10. Magic dart from McKee.
Leg, Richard McKee.
There's that smile. We saw that wry smile earlier from Mike Huntley when Keanu Van Velzen was putting on a real masterclass. Wilkinson's thinking, why me?
45.
Wilkinson being put to the sword, but he's going to have to linger around like the smell of brute in Pop World.
60.
Well, he's got to be the best. The man can get an arch Gillette, isn't it? Not
That's
Wilkinson.
Mike
Yeah,
Gillette.
Yeah, correct.
84.
You know, when you're halfway through a joke and you realise there that the punchline's not right.
Oh, that was a joke, was it?
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, it used to be called Carl Gillette. Changed his name to Wilkinson.
100.
Leave the humour to me, Glenn.
God, even the production team, he's all spat the drink out there.
140.
When do you go again?
Yeah, look, don't start crying. It's only a couple of months away. Week 10.
Only crying because I've got champagne in my eyes.
97.
I've got you a present as well, so don't be too nasty.
Is that a sorry you're leaving card or P45?
140.
Good setup play from Wilkinson. Once again, it's a good game. He was 3-1 down in his previous game to Joshua Birksfield, but found a way to get a match start.
54.
Still wasn't
Collier
enough for him here.
92.
Just a little touch of the elbow. Did you see that there from Richard McKee? He did say that he's had problems with his elbow.
And it kind of stemmed from his Champions Week
60.
appearance, where the first day he really struggled, and you could tell the shoulder was a plaguing issue. Did pick up a couple of wins on the second day. But I think the other thing Richard will also want is for that not to be a one-off experience, to be known as somebody who won one
Collier
week on
required
debut and nothing
32.
else, as Wilkinson looks a double 16 to half the arrears, and
Game
half
shot
the
on the
arrears he
third
does.
leg, Cole Wilkinson.
He's been involved in 2 great games so far, Carl Wilkinson.
Fourth leg is for Richard to throw first. Game on.
Looking to get a vice-like grip in the contest.
$140. 140.
Real tidy game, this. 2 very good players. Finding that treble 20 with real ease. Finding the doubles without any problem whatsoever.
140.
Richard McKee's averaging over 106 at the moment. Proper darts.
140.
Yeah, really enjoyable afternoon here at the live lounge reports for Pluto TV. Session 1 and 2 that we're broadcasting to you. We'll be back at 10 o'clock tonight to see how Group B gets underway.
60.
Well, Glenn is.
Yep, looking forward to that.
100. Richard, you
If it's
require
anything like this game, the
161.
rhythm, the pace of the game is suiting the pair of them. Treble 19 looks like the target area. Treble 19 has been the execution.
Oh, you require 121.
1-2-1 from Wilton. He has to go.
Unable to get some McKee returning for 2 12s
42.
to re-establish the 2-leg gap in this contest. Double 6, big moment in this game. Big miss.
18.
And despite everything he's done
Carl,
right,
you require
Wilkinson could level up at
79.
2-2 from 2-0 down.
Yeah, a lot of similarities to the opening game, but no from 8 in the previous game from McKee. Will he be punished this time? It's just the one dart at tops.
39.
Bends the wire.
I think he thought with
Richard,
that
you
reaction, I
require
think he thought it was in.
6.
Well, he gave it every chance when he threw it, but from the top of the board to the
Game shot on
bottom,
the fourth
and
leg,
McKee a
Richard
leg away
McKee.
from victory. 3-1 to the good. Wilkinson serving to stay in the contest.
Fifth leg is Carl to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Wilkinson had a match, well, 3 match darts you can argue with in the previous game. He's averaging over 91 in this
60.
game. He hasn't played bad, but we could be moments away from him losing his first 2 games. Very tidy performance from the pair of them.
50. $180.
I think the scoring prowess and power of all the players has been a real highlight
60.
today. First of this game. Lots of 140s in this match. 8, by the way.
60.
And Wilkinson just beginning to turn the ante up a little bit. Mr. Todd at top's a level up at 2-2, looking to at least force McKee to serve it out. And it looks
59.
like that's going to be the case come the end of this leg.
Well, he did put the afterburners at 3-1 down in his opening game. It's not what you want to do on that stage.
60.
You don't expect McKee to have 3 real poor legs. It is on the throw here of Wilkinson. So you've got to stay disciplined. You've got to demonstrate patience if you're in the camp of Richard McKee.
85.
Well, the only good thing Wilkinson does have in this scenario is the fact that to win 4-3 from 3-1 down, he only has to break once. And that's in the next leg, should we get there.
94.
Yeah, your brain is already ticking over and you're trying to tell yourself, don't think too far ahead. Well, this has been a terrific leg of darts from Carl Wilkinson on throw. He's looking good for a 17 dart hold the throw here.
99. Carl, you require 47.
Which way is he going to go? Double 16's often his target area. That's the case. Got lucky a little bit closer to the treble 15.
31. Richard, you require 148.
The 1-3-4, can he wrap it up with a 1-4-8? Not on this occasion, so Wilkinson's going to get 3 more at double 8 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2.
100.
Wow, let's go back to those match
16.
darts because this was the target that he needed and he fell into the double 16. No
Game
problem
shot on the
whatsoever
fifth
this
leg,
time.
Carl Wilkinson.
This is a massive leg for both players.
Well, Carl Wilkinson's
legged
asked
for
the
Richard
question.
to
That's
throw
all he can
first.
do in this scenario.
Game on.
Can you serve it out?
I mean, that's perfect. You'll want more after that first dart.
100.
Wilkinson will feel okay about that because he just turned around, looked at the first dart, little shake of the head. It was a tight opening game that Carl Wilkinson was involved in. This is looking very much the same.
And this is where scores can be deceptive because if McKee can find a treble from here, he'll be happy with the turn. But in the first leg was unhappy, only found the one treble.
39. 99.
Half dart lead for Wilkinson. McKee needing to find something tangible here. Definitely needs to find a treble now. Unable to do so.
56.
Carl Wilkinson has overturned the throw.
Yeah, it's advantage Wilkinson, but just couldn't wait to get to the hockey there. He's experienced now.
53.
But my brain was saying, Carl, just slow down, let him walk away from that.
He was like a Yorkshire whippet, was Carl Wilkinson.
100. 45.
How a match can change so quickly. That score of 53 in the previous throw from Carl Wilkinson, backed up with that 45 in between a steady couple of tons from
100.
McKee. He is on the cusp of what will be a big victory for him.
Well, that was a good ton for McKee. But that's perfect for Wilkinson.
180.
If this doesn't go, we're likely to go all the way.
Oh, what a dart that is. Match dart at tops. Big
Game
win
shot and a
for
match.
Richard McKee. Another terrific performance, a real battle for Carl Wilkinson. He looks desperately disappointed on the back of that maximum there to set up a double to go the distance there, but McKee will be relieved. A really good game, excellent on the doubles. The big favourite before is in serious trouble. Next up is Van Velzen against Berksfield.
Welcome back. We're here at the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Richard McKee got his first win on the board, a 4-2 success against Carl Wilson. It means that Wilkie is now 2 defeats from 2. Game number 6, the meeting between Joshua Burksfield and Keanu Van Velzen. 2 winners in the opening round's worth of play. The victor move on to 4 points. They will top the table following the end of 2 rounds worth of play. Keanu Van Velzen with a comprehensive 4-0 win over Michael Huntley. Had the best performance of the first round, average of 98.5, 4 from 5 in terms of his finishing. Joshua Burksfield,
First leg, it's
he averaged
Keanu to throw
87.5, 3
Game
180s,
on.
4 from 9 and a 116 checkout en route to a 4-3 win against Carl Wilkinson in his opener. Interesting contest this, and I suppose the first question we will ask is,
100.
and it's the same with any player who starts the day as strongly as Keanu Van Velzen did, can he back it up here?
Well, you could have asked me that same
81.
question as Mike Huntley was playing Matt Clark, and I would have said Matt Clark will win this game now because he's one of those types of personalities that he's got his first 2 points. He'll see himself at the top of the table, despite the infancy of this Group C, and I was proven wrong. We've got 2 young players here, and we said we alluded to it earlier that they're learning on the stage there. But I'm just wondering how much
100.
Keanu was watched and being inspired by what you could argue is his mentors, his brother Marvin Van Velzen, who had so many successes on there.
60.
And he'd be pinching himself on that stage. You know, my brother, lifted the title on there. And that's when you've got to grab your opportunity, as long as you don't try too hard. But, again, this could be a real tight affair.
45.
Well, he was on the stage when Marvin won. You may remember when he won, him and his friends from Maasdijk in the Netherlands took a picture of him with the trophy on stage. Keanu was left, right and centre.
90.
It's very much a team effort. Although the team was disbanded yesterday, Keanu was based down here, Marvin was in Milton Keynes. Neither had a good day yesterday.
Yes, Milton Keynes tonight.
41. Keanu, you require
First round, isn't it, of the
126.
World Masters. Some
2-time champ for that,
contest.
mate, ain't you?
88 points left. Like that.
98.
He will be back for double 14 because Burksfield way back on 2, 3, 4. This is good.
100.
Puts the pressure on this.
Keanu, you require
Van
28.
Velzen's been excellent in this opening leg. As Henry mentioned earlier, won his first match by 4 legs to 0. Will this be for 5 on the spin?
21. Joshua, you require 94.
Well, 3 dots missed in the opening leg. Burksfield back for 94 to get an opening break to his name. Looking at double-double, finds the double 18, but just low on the double
74.
top.
Keanu, you require 7.
Just needs to be very careful with this first dart. That's absolutely fine. I like that. Once again, just get your breathing, everything right. Make sure everything feels good. Look at that double 2. Well, you did
No
say, Henry,
score.
you said look out for his big scoring, Glenn.
Joshua, you require
But his
20.
finishing could be the problem. Well, he was excellent in his first game. That is 5 on the spin missed.
I think there was a bit of shoulder in that as well. You'll probably know better than I would, as Burksfield looks at double 5.
15.
He drops low.
Well, you asked me the question how both of these would play. I'm glad I didn't answer because I fancied a bit of a
Keanu, you require
barnstormer between these
7.
two. But I could just see Van Velzen in the background just trying to suck the air in and release it. He's feeling every dart. It doesn't look comfortable right now. This would settle.
Game shot. And the first leg, Keanu Van
Finds it, and that is a
Velzen.
puff of relief. Those darts are thrown as an air of hoping not to miss rather than
Second
believing
leg,
he's
it's
going to
Joshua
hit.
to throw first. Game on.
And that equation can change straight away now because those nerves, those anxieties, there's overthinking. But that's 5 legs on the spin now for Van Velzen.
You mentioned the World Masters getting underway tonight. 8 first round ties in
100.
glorious MK. Chris Dobie opening up the show against Jermaine Watermina. That could be some first round tie. Gary Anderson, Neil Zonneville, James Wade, Madars Razma, Nathan Aspinall against, say, Super Series graduates in Shane McGurk. A few of them here. Well, a couple of weeks here. Johnny Clayton, Wessel Nyman, Gerwin Price, James Hubble, Michael Van Gerwen against Damon Hector, and Jan van Veen against Ryan Joyce. I think Shane McGurk is going to have a very good time of it on the tour.
96.
Again, off air, we were chatting, weren't we, about... Well, we were chatting about Marvin Van Velzen. Were we surprised that he hasn't really set the PDC alight and the type of players that you'd expect
100.
to make that transition from Modus Super Series to there? And you fancy McGurk to do okay? Do we fancy Berksfield to hit this 170? Well, there's your answer.
60.
He's left himself a 110, but if Van Velzen could pile in something makeable here, the complexion of this leg changes completely.
105.
And by going down for the 25, he's left himself on a 2-darter if he comes back. Just like his brother, nothing wrong with the numbers.
98.
It's a beautiful last
Gianni,
start.
you require 96.
We've talked about big moments in games. This feels like a big moment in this match because if Van Velzen can take this 96 finish, options to go. Double is the way to go.
92. Kiana, you require 4. Oh, sorry, Joshua, you require 12.
2 6s to level up. 1 apiece.
Yeah, 4 missed darts at a double, but no problem whatsoever.
Joshua Berksfield.
I was about to say if he hits the big 6, then you're down to the dreaded double 3. But the early nerves
Kiani to throw first.
look like they've been sorted out for the pair of them now. And it's now effectively a best-of-5 game.
On the subject of new tour card holders, Jimmy Van Schie managed to qualify through to the televised stages of the World Masters. He plays Ross Smith tomorrow night. How do you reckon he's going to get on tour?
Oh, I love him. I think he's got all the attributes to be a fabulous player. So likeable, but so ferocious when he's on the hockey. He's got that big score and he's got real bottle as well. And a lot of that, Henry, is because of that stage. I tell you what I will miss. His fans here at the Modus Super Series. Because for me, some of the nights that we've had with Jimmy here and the fans that he's brought, all from Portsmouth, and the story that he's met them here, they're some of the big, fantastic memories that Jimmy will have. But my question is, Jimmy Van Schie, you just asked. Why was Dan Dawson calling him yesterday Jimmy Van Schie?
78.
I don't know. You've got Dan's number. Why don't you text him? However, there's 2 players playing tomorrow night who I think are going to have very good years for different reasons. I think Luke Woodhouse is a player that is destined
100.
to be top 16 sooner rather than later. I think he's about to pop. And I'm intrigued to see how Connor Scott gets on. Second year of his second rotation. I know he got it based off the 1-year list
140.
because of the Challenge Tour. But I get the sense that I think he could just begin. I think he's just beginning to blossom again. I thought midway through the year he was going to struggle, but there's signs and evidence the last 6 months he's in the right direction again.
95. Kiana, you require 106.
I'll answer both of them in the next leg because this one is coming to its conclusion. Treble 18 for Van Velzen, for double 16.
74.
For a 2-1 lead. I think you heard the slap
Joshua,
on the thigh there.
81.
And Berksfield was just quietly getting on with his job. This for the lead. What a beautiful dart that is on an 81 finish. Once again, he takes his time. It's double 12. Big dart, this double 6.
69.
There's a double 6 that goes to begging, and so Keanu has another pop at double 16. Both players 1 for 7 in terms of their finishing so far in this contest. A big passage in play in this game. And Van Velzen has to traverse the board to try and find an opening, which he does so superbly. As opposed to one advantage he does have, the way that he throws the darts and the way the angle goes in, it comes across the board, doesn't it? So actually it did sort of open up the angle on the double 16 there as he opens up a 2-1 lead.
30.
Yeah, I had a bit of an argument with somebody, and I can't remember who it was, where they said Connor Scott is a better amateur player than a professional player. And I think you've just hit the nail on the head there. Sometimes it takes time to blossom. Sometimes it takes time to to get success in the professional game. And I agree with you. There's no harder working player than Connor Scott, and I think this is a big year. And he is, in your words, I think he is about to pop.
It's not for the want of trying with Connor.
140.
Got to hand it to him.
Yeah, he could do with improving his scoring, his calculations. Only joking, Connor, if you're watching.
140.
Thing is, Connor probably is watching.
Yes, he's, I think he counts down from 400, doesn't he? One of the real good counters. He's one of those players who practices 6 or 7 hours, and you doubt it, but he plays a lot of online stuff, so you know he's playing 6 or 7 hours a day.
I mean this in the nicest way. He's a nerd. And I mean that in the nicest way.
I suppose it takes one to know one, so you'll see the indicators. Should start downstairs on 271, does start there. And he'll go bullseye with the last start. And we talk about good counting. If he'd have hit the 25 at least there, it would have left the big fish.
Just a little bit of shoulder there again from Keanu. We'll watch that as the afternoon progresses. Berksfield will fill with a big score here. He's got 6 on this mark to level up at 2 apiece. Now desperately searching for a treble.
125. Keanu, you require 113.
Well, here we go. This would certainly be advantage Van Velzen. He is against the throw. He'll feel good about this type of finish. He won't now. Well, if I've got my maths right, it's 89 left, so treble 19 should be the shot. Where's Connor Scott when we need him?
43. Joshua, you require 61.
Now, there's a player that could definitely make transition into spotting. Anyway, double 18 for Berksfield to level up at 2-2. Now looking at 9s.
43.
Yes, 1 from 9 on the doubles for Joshua Berksfield.
Keanu, you require 70.
Now, Keanu hasn't been great on the outer ring himself, and it's possibly only going to be 1 dart at a double on this 70 finish. That's okay, 25 points left. So it's double 6. I like the fact he stayed on that section of the ball, but once again,
Joshua,
with them a wire
18.
away, Berksfield can get away with 1 here.
It feels like a game that somebody just needs to take by the scruff of the neck. We're level at 2-2, but no one's really been able to really get a grip.
5th leg, it's Keanu to throw first. Game on.
I think it has a feel of a game where I was thinking of, I'm going to look at the averages again, and both are averaging 70. But they're both averaging over 80.
60.
And they both are not at the best because they're doubles. They're 4 from 20 between the pair of them there. So, again, the scoring phase is looking better than maybe that you look at. But the most important fact is the fact it's 2-2 now.
85.
This is where one of these players can then go on to that 4 points. They can go with the chest out, seeing themselves at the top of the table when they go back to the players' area. So, still an awful lot to play for here.
100.
In footballing terms, it feels like one of those matches where it's end-to-end, but nobody can find anything inside the 18-yard box. And in darting terms, that's perfection for Joshua Berksfield.
Yeah, his 5th 180 of the day so far. You asked for a player to take this match by the scruff of the neck. There's that 180. The spark that Berksfield's been looking for. Good response from Van Velzen, but look at the way that is sat. Surely a 140.
But this is a strange thing about this game. Whether someone's gone off it or on it, they've both been following one another in terms of how the others played.
47. Joshua, you require 136.
Is that the moment where Van Velzen's blinked?
Could be. This is where we're going to find out just a little bit more about these two. But again, as bad as the dart is for Berksfield there, the reaction was nil.
27. Keanu, you require 154.
Decided to stay there. The liar, the treble's just so good.
98.
Another one of them would have left him the lesser spot at double 17.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. But again, what a mess. Berksfield is getting opportunities. He's left himself pretty.
77.
But this match going with throw. Van Velzen
Kiani, you
with a big
require
opportunity to go
56.
one away.
Well, since the maximum turn, Berkfield visits of a ton 27 and 77 has handed the initiative back to his opponent. 2 10s to make it
Game shot on the
3-2.
fifth leg. Keanu
Well,
Van
he's given it the big
Velsen.
licks. He's found a big hit.
Yeah, why not?
Sixth leg is Joshua to throw first. Game on.
Day by day, Keanu Van Velzen's a barber.
Well, he wants to be a cut above the rest in this Group C campaign, that's for sure.
81.
Well, it's not been a hair-raising performance so far from Keanu. Although there is an irony that we judge barbers based on their haircut, except from the fact that they wouldn't have done it themselves.
58.
I'm just looking at your 7 strands of hair that's left. Are you still using that shampoo, which gives you more hair?
Yes, and it's failing miserably. I've got 1 haircut left.
6 180s today for Joshua Berksfield. That's one element of his game he can look back on.
60.
And I've got a special hair comb as well.
Yeah, you're looking good. Looking hot.
Oh, you tease. Oh, no, you're from the tease, aren't you?
60.
Well, it looks like we're going to be heading all the way.
85.
He's got all the time he wants from 180 to take us the distance.
$41.
Van Velzen. A little bit of fading away in this leg. He would have the darts in the last leg. Maybe that's just on the back of his mind here. Maybe he's thrown his worst dart here, but scores a 58, 60,
Joshua, you require
85.
139.
56 has given the opportunity to Berksfield. Time in his side. His to lose from here.
And there's nothing wrong in that
59.
scenario with keeping them straight. Should get a guarantee of a dart when he returns.
66.
And that's probably systematic
Joshua, you require
of
80.
the game for Van Velzen.
Well, you said about staying straight. 80 is exactly that. Single is the most, treble is the bonus. And we are going the
Game shot on the
distance.
sixth leg.
Not
Joshua
a lot to
Berksfield.
separate these two young players. Both players won their opening games. Who will
Seventh
be
and
the first
deciding
player
leg
to
is
move
Kiani
to 4
throw
points?
first.
That is
Game
the
on.
question.
Now, have you spotted that Keanu Van Velzen has a rather interesting habit when he comes back from the board to the drinks table? Now, Michael Van Gerwen pulls his socks up. Phil Taylor bites his flights.
129.
Keanu Van Velzen goes down to the drinks table and just strokes his right shoelace.
100.
Oh, what a killer last start that one is. It really is. It was awkward. It probably let go of his dart. Didn't sit in nicely, but the fact it's the treble means that your opponent's got to replicate, and he doesn't.
59.
So Van Velzen strokes the right foot. Will it bring him any luck in this one?
Well, he's certainly on the front foot now.
$58.
Very nervy. Very nervy. As Berksfield finds himself on a PBN, a pre-bogey number.
60.
Because the maximum would not leave him on a finish.
Beautiful.
138.
That feels like a match-winning return there. You can see me ain't watching the data, but I think Berksfield can look back on this game and think I had opportunities.
45.
could have,
Keanu,
should
you
have.
require 76.
Won this game of Van Velzen, found something. You're looking at that X factor and that setup play, and he's got all the time in the world.
One match dart at double top.
56.
We'll be back for more at double 10. Well, it's been a game loitered with missed darts at a double. 10 missed to the outer ring for Keanu. 9 missed at a double for Berksfield. But it is KVV who is
60.
returning for the W.
Keanu, you require 20.
Just a little look at the scoreboard. He knows he's got at least 6 darts at this double 10. And he's going to need them.
Score.
Well, this game is heading towards its 21st minute.
$99.
Take
Keanu,
2.
you require 20.
No mistakes this time, surely. It's been a nervy game from the first dart to the last.
Keanu Van Velzen.
But you can see the relief on the face of Keanu Van Velzen, who makes it 2 wins out of 2. It wasn't pretty, but it was all about the 2 points. You can see his reaction there. It feels like a missed opportunity for Berksfield. He'll have to bounce back. Van Velzen wins it by 4 legs to 3. We move on. It's experience against experience. It's Clark versus Wilkinson.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. We completed 6 matches on this Thursday afternoon here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Keanu Van Velzen got the better with Joshua Birksfield by 4 legs to 3. He's top of the group, the only player to still have maximum points in this Group C. And this is how the table looks following 2 rounds worth of play. Van Velzen on 4, 4 other players on 2. And who would have thought Carl Wilkinson would be the only pointless player from the end of 2 rounds worth of play here. He's got an opportunity though to put things right. He takes on Matt Clark in game number 7. We are at the halfway point of the afternoon session here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Session 1 of 2. We're back tonight from 10 to see the likes of Mark Dubbridge, Rob Grundy, Richie Burnett, Jose Justicia, all vying it out for 3 spots through to Saturday's finale at the live lounge in Portsmouth, and to join Steve Green into Champions Week. He was the first player to pick up a weekly title in 2026. Beat Danny Ayres in the final on Saturday night. What a start to the season he's had. Good run on the Challenge Tour, in the position where if he can have a good season, he may well get a few Pro Tour top-ups.
Map to throw first.
But it's Clark to get us underway here. Both his matches have gone by way of 4-0 scorelines. One is opener against Richard McKee before going down to Michael Huntley.
45.
That's for Carl Wilkinson. Lost out on the last leg decided to Joshua Birksfield in a high-quality contest before then being beaten by Richard McKee by 4 legs to 2. So that's the tale of the tape for these 2 players. What's your casting verdict on this one, Glenn?
Yeah, like I say, I wouldn't like to be in the mindset of Carl Wilkinson right now. Those indicators
55.
were there with the Rice smile. He had opportunities in his first game, as you mentioned. But the last player you want to come across when you've lost 2 out of 2 is a wounded Matt Clark.
98.
They have previous. They did play each other. You mentioned the fact that they've been doing the WDF tour. This was a quarter-final game at the Isle of Man, one of the toughest opens to win. Last year it was a game that it was tight. And Carl Wilkinson just got over the line by 4 legs to 3 in that one. What he could do with a 4-3 here.
Carl Wilkinson quids in on the Isle of Man.
140.
Did you go to the steakhouse on the Isle of Man?
Jack's, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's where you cook your own steak. They sear it, and then you cook it to the way you want it. The problem I had is I like my steak rare. My wife likes hers well done, so I'd actually eaten my steak before hers was cooked. But yeah, one of the best, if not the best steak I've ever had.
It's one I'd certainly put on the chuck it list if you've never been before.
Yeah, quids in wasn't for me. Maybe that's to do. I'm miserable and boring, but I was very determined. I let them all go to the pub. I'm going to win it tomorrow was my mentality.
Either that or they said
100.
first round's on you.
Carl, you require 84.
Never shirked around me. You should know that, as Wilkinson looks at 84 for a breaker throw. It's bullseye.
59.
The little things not going his
Right,
way
you
would
require
be typical of his day-to-day. If Clark checks out this 156.
He has had the 156 here before. Hit one against Kev Painter, but he's not going to hit one there. Fair to say Kevin wasn't amused when that went.
140. Carl, you require 25.
Wilkinson will be amused if he loses this first leg. He's had control, but needs a big number and gets it.
17.
There we go again. 13-8 favourite before a dart was
Man, you
thrown.
require 16.
We said he was the shining star of this Group C. It's turning out to be a nightmare for him right now.
And he's been punished. Top corner.
Game
Puts
shot
Clark
on the
one
first
up.
leg, Matt Clark.
Did you see the reaction there?
Second leg is
The
Carl
referee
to
could
throw
barely
first.
see it was in the top,
Game on.
at the top of that 4. The reaction there from Clark. Imagine now, put yourself in the mindset of Carl Wilkinson. What could go wrong for him today is going wrong.
140.
It's a game of wires, and for Matt Clark, it was just the right side of the wire.
45. 100.
Yeah, nice and steady 140 followed by a ton. Just the 45 from Clark. So once again, it's advantage Wilkinson. But how many times have we said that today?
$140.
Well, poor score here for Wilkinson, and Matt Clark, I feel like he's got a sniff of winning this second leg.
85.
I mean, if Clark can fight back at you, Wilkinson will be scratching at the surfaces.
$58.
Oh, perfect. We're looking at the 140, 136 from here. He won't risk the 140. Let me tell you, he will look at the 16s bed from there. Beautiful from Wilkinson.
136.
He hasn't played bad today.
Just hasn't grabbed the ball by the horns.
If that double eight goes in that first game where he has match darts, it's a totally different story. It is about just getting to Saturday night, because he's proven before that if you can get
43.
there, he's got the tools in the trade to win it.
Tops left after 12. He can take it out in 18 if he so wishes. That's why he's going to... Well, he tried to bust the score, but he's dragged low and he's left himself on 3. Well, this leg isn't over. It is not over.
Well, I'm not often stunned here at the Modus Super Series, but we've seen Matt Clark miss big numbers today, which you never expect. We've seen Matt Clark not back up a win, which I didn't expect.
3.
Carl Wilkinson wanting 10, trying to bust the score in at a 7. Was the right decision. Good work, Carl Wilkinson. 1-1.
Levels, you darting devils. And Carl Wilkinson with a little bit of a wry smile. I'm not sure Matt Clark was in the reciprocal mood there.
$60.
Yeah, strange just for Matt Clark. Really is. Wilkinson will know right now he's the better player.
Well, you know what time it is, Glenn. It's your favourite part of the day.
I'm just trying to find my sausage butty there. Is it not? No.
121.
Well, you want a diet, weren't you?
I am. Yeah, I'm looking at me tangerine there.
You do you, Glenn. Anyway, it's time for the tungsten teaser. Are you ready for your Thursday tungsten teaser?
Woohoo!
It involves 2 things you love so much, quizzes and yourself.
Oh, cool.
You won the BDO World Masters in 2015. Is that correct?
First one or second one? I mean, that's not a...
It was your first. Well,
Larry Butler.
85.
Yes, you did beat Larry Butler in the final. However, the question is this. How many sets did you drop en route to winning that World Masters title?
121.
I think I won the final 7-3.
Correct.
I think I had one tough game. Did I play Scott Mitchell in the semis that year?
No, you had Thomas
81.
Junghans as
Carl, you require
Switzerland.
143.
Right, I'll have a think about that as this game comes to a conclusion. Beautiful. Treble 17 was the desired target for Wilkinson, who's
87.
demonstrating all the fight right now. Today's not going his way, but he ain't giving up. He'll be looking for that 2-darter on return if he comes back, because treble 18.
138.
Really good setup. Wilkinson's been forced to take out this 56 if he wants the break. Has to find one at some point to win this contest, and it's another lapsed dart, double 12.
Well, the word Carl Wilkinson and nervy don't often associate with each other. Felt like a nervy dart.
Game
But he's demonstrated his quality in the end. That's a big double 6. Now, come Saturday night, and if Carl Wilkinson's there, I'd like us to go back to that moment because he was on the ropes there and he's found a big double. Can he find a big win? 7 sets.
100.
Didn't I beat John Norman? He was a character in the last 32 from Canada. Jeffrey de Swan?
No, you only dropped 5 sets in the whole tournament.
Really?
So you beat Larry Butler 7-3 in the final.
96.
Then you beat Thomas Junghans 5-1 in the semis. You beat Martin Phillips 3-1 in the quarters. And then 3-0 wins against, as you mentioned, John Norman Jr. And then, yeah, Mark McGeaney in the last 16 of that competition. By the way, Larry Butler, who you played in the final, his draw was horrific. He got past Scott Mitchell, at the time was world champ, followed by a 3-0 win over Madars Razma, followed by a win over Scott Rates, and then Martin Adams in a last set decider in the semi.
And I don't think that does it justice because that'll have been played on a Sunday. He started on the Tuesday because they had competitions, i.e. World qualifiers for various events. He played 5 or 6 days phenomenally.
174.
Just as Wilkinson is right now. He's now averaging just shy of 95 at the moment, Wilkinson. Is the third turn in here for Carl Wilkinson. It's been a dreadful start for him. But if he can get 3 wins out of today, it'll be a job well done.
Carl, you require 131.
So 131 in 6 starts from here, and how quickly a game can change. He's the type of player that you don't want to see in the rear-view mirror because you know he's streaky. You know he can reel off 5-6 wins in succession. And look what he's done here. He's left himself on a double after 12 on throw. And at this level, that is going to be so difficult to break down.
121. Carl, you require 32.
Usually so deadly in this area of the board. Does he have to move?
No score.
Well, I'll leave that one to you, Henry.
Well, he's pierced that between the first 2.
Matt, you require 126.
Now, Matt Clark here, by hitting the 12 with his last dart, left himself a 1-2-6. However, if he persevered on the 20s, if he hit the single, he would have had nothing right now. But he's going to get a look at the bull.
Unbelievable.
But he's not going to get the bull.
101.
Well, I think I wrote my own
Carl,
conclusion there. Just looking at Carl Wilkinson as that treble 19 goes in. Has to focus on the job here. And does focus on the job. Carl Wilkinson leads this game by 3 legs to 1.
1 away from his first win on the board. Superman needs some heroics here.
Yeah, that Windmill World Masters is a phenomenal competition. And I'm sure with the likes of the players that you mentioned tonight as well, it's going to be a sensational competition.
Yeah, good luck to everybody participating in that competition. And good luck to everybody working on that tournament as well.
Do you have a winner and inverted comma long shot?
I think everybody will back Luke Little to win as much as possible this year. But I get the sense that Michael Van Gerwen is beginning to brew up to something. I really do.
100.
They're the two. I do a little bit of work for my sponsors. And I think he's something like 14 to 1, even more, Michael Van Gerwen. So they're my 2 picks as well.
If you want a Henner's hot shot...
no, thanks.
Possibly Jeffrey de Graaf to beat Stephen Bunting. That might be the upset, potentially. Clayton against Nyman could be anything. It really could be anything. If Nyman turns up like we know he can.
Yeah, when you see the word qualifier, I guess you don't want Wessel Nyman, but there's something about him and TV stages that 2026 he'll want to correct.
60.
And Jimmy Van Schie against Ross Smith. Now, we saw Ross go out the first round of the World Championship to Andreas Hauser. We've not seen him since. We do not know what kind of form he's in.
Well, I can't work out the form of Matt Clark either. It really is streaky right now. A term you just used in the previous leg. Wilson just almost gathering his thoughts for what he will hope to be. Leg he'll be serving out next. Will he get an opportunity, the 144? Because Matt Clark's looking at 92. Options on the 92. Is it the old school bullseye, or is he going directly for the target? Treble 17's needed.
74 left. Leaves himself 2
72.
tens.
Carl, you require
This is to win the
144.
game for Carl Wilkinson.
Do you fancy it?
Yes. No.
96.
I don't think
Matt, you require
Matt Clark
20.
will be feeling fantastic about this double 10. We talk about the accuracy of this double 10. Prove me wrong, Matt. Same process. He looks at that big red target. Now the nerves can kick in a little bit. That's a beautiful dart.
Game shot on
Almost
the
like,
fifth
and
leg,
you're
Matt
actually doing the
Clark.
actions there. He used that first dart just to flick over it.
Sixth leg is Carl
Matt
to throw
Clark
first.
back in this game.
Game
Big
on.
3 darts pending for Carl Wilkinson.
Well, that flick has given him a flicker of hope. But Wilkinson looking to extinguish it by finding a max. His first of the game, the first of the game.
And I think he was thinking of that 180 halfway through that previous leg. I think he put that previous leg to bed when Matt Clark set up quickly there.
44.
The job is done for Wilkinson now. Now you've got to stay disciplined. You say stay straight. 1 treble. There it is. Next one's your bonus.
96.
Excellent dart from Wilkinson.
Well, Wilkinson now really is putting Matt Clark to the sword.
That's 4 times you've used that term.
$90.
You keeping a tally chart? They are right about you being boring.
Proper darts this. Proper darts from Carl Wilkinson. A potential 11 darter to get his first 2 points on the board.
Well, could get it sealed in 11 darts. From 2 apiece,
Carl, you require
Wilkinson has
45.
really pushed and probed. It's going to be double 60 to wrap it up in some style.
13.
No dramas. He will be back, Clark. That smile on the face of, am I really on 328? Needs a max.
85.
Wilkinson looking poised.
Carl, you require 32.
The favourite going into this Group C. And maybe
Game
that's the
shot and
reason
a
why
match.
he
Carl
puts Matt
Wilkinson.
Clark to the sword and gets his first 2 points in this Group C campaign. It's smiles all around with the pair and lots of respect there from Matt Clark. But Carl Wilkinson, despite losing those early games, still looks in fine fettle. He'll be delighted to get up and running. It's Huntley versus Berksville up next.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Carl Wilkinson got his first win of the day. A 4-2 win against Matt Clark in Game 7 of the session. Match number 8, Michael Huntley and Joshua Birksfield going toe-to-toe here. Two players with 1 win and 1 defeat to their session so far. Michael Huntley lost out 4-0 to Keanu Van Velzen in his opener, before then recovering with a 4-0 win of his own against Matt Clark. For Joshua, a 4-3 win against Carl Wilkinson kicked off his day, before then losing out by that margin against Keanu Van Velzen himself. So, game number 8 of our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Glenn Durrant is in my very, very good company today.
22.
Me. Now, I often talk about doing preparation of games, so the thing I expect to see is, are we looking at the head-to-head record between Birksfield against Huntley? I'm looking at your screen, and you've got a picture of a wombat and a chipmunk. Why?
Well, it's like Animal Farm.
100.
Some points are equal, but some points are more equal than others.
I think going into this game, I think Huntley will have been happier of the two. I think it was a real missed opportunity for Birksfield against Van Velzen. It was such a nervy game between the pair of them. Huntley, there was nothing he could do in his opening game. He was just against an opponent who was averaging just shy of 105 going into the last leg. And I just think at the back end of this afternoon now, we're going to see Huntley play 3 games. So it's his turn to come to the fore now.
45. $134.
We'll go visit that for Michael. He's himself on 105.
Yeah, it feels like we've been talking about the other players more than Mike Huntley. Is that fair to say?
140.
He's come out the traps nicely here.
105.
15 dart holder throw is always the target, and he's going to get a dart for that 15 darter. It's a double 16.
89.
He thought that was
Just
in.
So you require 158.
Both have been forced to take out the 158. He has a glance, but no more. And so Huntley will return to
58.
seize
Mike,
the
you require
initiative early on.
16.
Excellent
Game shot
opener.
on the first leg, Mike Huntley.
Mike Huntley just focuses on the
Second
Modus
leg is
Super
Joshua
Series
to
more than
first.
anything now.
Game on.
We chatted earlier about the fact that he decided to choose the Legends Week here over a potential visit to Q-Skill. He said every time he gets the call, he does a lot of ADCs. He just loves being on that stage right now. And listen, after that disastrous opening game for him, he could be going sat on top of the table on 4 points after this game. And all of a sudden, you suddenly start talking about him. And with Huntley, I've seen him brilliant on that stage, and I've seen him really disappointing. You never know exactly what you're going to get from him.
100.
Can't believe you didn't get the call up to the Legends. Actually, I can understand why you didn't get the call to the Legends League.
I did get the call, actually.
What was it? To commentate?
No, I got the call to play in the Legends Week.
55.
So you can apologise if you want. I politely turned it down because my darts these days are about as good as your ADC average.
I'm going to be playing a couple more of them this year.
Yes, I was really proud of you. 42 average. Were you? No, you won.
I did win a game, yes.
42 average.
Yes.
Sheila was unlucky in that game. Or was it Brenda?
100. Joshua, you
I was
require
very
121.
proud of my exploits in the ADC vault.
I was very proud of you too. Treble 20. Just double checking it is in the 25 there. So treble 20 for double 18.
100.
Would have been for Tom Plus checkout number 2 of the day. Also had the 116 in his opening win over Wilkie. There's a player here with Joshua. There's absolutely no doubt.
100.
Yeah, I must admit I was excited to see him play.
Require 18.
I just was really disappointed how nervy he was in that previous game. This will settle the nerves.
14
Game, shot
darts,
on the
11 one
second leg,
apiece. Now,
Joshua
if Paul
Birksfield.
Nicholson was sat in this seat, he would say that Joshua Birksfield is a player that's
Third
a little
leg is
bit
Mike
green
to
around
throw
the gills.
first.
You could
Game
tell
on.
there's an innate talent, just maybe a little bit of smoothing around the edges required.
And I would probably argue with Paul Nicholson there because he's been playing the development tour since 2000 and
140.
I think it's 16, 17. Started on the Challenge Tour 2019 to 23. We've talked about his exploits of county darts as well. I think now is the time to shine.
45.
I get frustrated when we talk about players in this infancy of their career. You know, now's your time. You've qualified to get on that stage. So not about being green.
100.
You've got the experience, you've got the platform, you've got the foundation. Now get in there and get your results.
Looking to become the most famous Middlesex player of any sport since Phil
100.
Tufnell.
Isn't there a Middlesex player? Is it Maggie Sutton? Or something like 350 appearances, even more anyway. But
45.
I'm sure the Middlesex massive will be now messaging you and not me. Pretty sure she plays on the 19s as well. And yeah, great player.
125.
Do you know what? I remember in Middlesex County going away to them. The greatest ever karaoke night we ever had around the corner from the venue. Every singer that got up was absolutely fantastic.
82.
And I'm trying to think of the name. Come on, Middlesex, massive, help me. Fat Cats, something like that. Brilliant. What a night we had.
Not as good as the karaoke nights around here, I bet.
66. Mike, you require 134.
Well, time on the side because Birksfield once again has left a bogey number. So no problem whatsoever. Could do a fine in the treble 18. Just double checking with the referee again that it was the single.
58.
Incidentally, if you are looking for a good karaoke night, I wouldn't intend of flying out to Gibraltar for it. I went to a karaoke bar there, and it says a lot when I was one of the better singers.
41.
I just hope the speakers
Mike,
were
you
okay on
require
the stage. That's all I'm
76.
saying. That's another
Mysterious
story.
Girl by Peter Andreas. Michael Huntley looks at 76.
Takes his time. The dad just wouldn't sit in his finger there. Just looked a little bit
36.
nervy, and that was a nervy
Joshua, you
look at the
require
score of Birksfield.
124.
Birksfield needs something. Start today terrifically well. He's looking for one big finish.
41. Mike, you
Well,
require
this
40.
Game looked as if early on it was there for the taking for Joshua Birksfield. And all of a sudden, things are beginning to go wrong. And Michael Huntley hasn't dropped his level. He's just been able to step in when his opponents drop theirs. And he
Game
opens
shot on the
up a
third leg,
2-1
Mike
lead.
Huntley.
Work to do for the man from Middlesex.
Fourth leg. It's Joshua to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to sound really boring here, Glenn.
Why change a habit of a lifetime?
96.
Why does there seem to be a trend of home counties like Essex, Kent, Middlesex that all seem to have 3 swords on their county crest?
60.
That just intrigues me.
I mean, last time was when you had the chat GBT on the... what was that area in
60.
Republic of Ireland you were searched? I thought that was your low point. But that one's just take it to a new level.
$41.
Not as bad as the time I was talking about the I can't even remember what I'm talking about. Just do it for me, Glenn.
59.
He can't speak. He can't speak. Really scrappy now from Mike Huntley all of a sudden. It's almost like these players are putting themselves in really good positions.
81.
But maybe that's what the Group C is all about. They know the importance of getting those wins early doors. The winner of this match will go to 4 points. It's a really tight table at the moment.
100.
Wilkinson, with that win in the previous game, brings himself back into it. Feels like an age
38.
since we've seen Richard McKee.
It does. And we're going to see him against Keanu Van Velzen in a few moments' time. In fact, we'll see a fair bit of Richard McKee towards the end of the day. So for all of you Richard McKee fans, that is good news.
89.
And a reminder that tomorrow it's roles reversal, so we'll see a lot of Richard McKee in the opening games.
And a lot of Matt Clark towards the end.
41.
97 for 2-2.
97.
And a Desmondo game.
$57.
It's been a horror leg, really, from Mike Huntley. Wouldn't it be typical of him to find his biggest score when the leg is almost over? Can he just use that first dart?
100. Joshua, you require 40.
So double top to equalise this contest. Double five. Now, he had a glance over for a second, seeing that Huntley's on 140, realised he had to go for it,
35.
and now could find himself in a
Mike,
whole
you
heap
require
of bother.
140.
Here we go. He's been second best in this leg.
120.
Well, that would have been a steal.
Joshua,
Simple as that.
5.
But this isn't routine by the furthest stretch of the imagination. 2-2s for 2-2.
Feels nervy.
Game
what
shot
a
on the
big
fourth
dart.
leg. Joshua
What a big
Birksfield.
dart. That's his best dart he's thrown for a while. He's hanging in
Fifth
there.
leg. It's
Very
Mark to throw
similar to the
first.
game he had
Game
with
on.
Keanu Van Velzen, where you were almost waiting for Joshua Birkfield just to kick in almost like your opponent is allowing you in.
140.
However, straight from the disappointment, Huntley kicks off a couple of trebles just to put it on his opponent again. Now, I am going to bore you again, Glenn, because I've actually
140.
found out the reason behind Middlesex and the Free Swords, and it actually has a link with Essex. It goes back to Saxon times.
100.
And the flag of Middlesex has 3 white Saxes on a red field, often with a crown above them. Middlesex means Middle Saxons, and it shared the same Saxon heritage as Essex.
140.
Its arms were derived directly from those of the Kingdom of Essex, reflecting their shared origins. The crown represents royal authority, since Middlesex included London and had a special administrative status during the times of Saxony.
I don't get this away, Mardle.
$140.
In
Mike,
case
you
you're
require
wondering, Essex were known as
121.
East Saxons, as Huntley looks at
I
1-2-1.
I would stop if I was you. Just keeping your credibility. It's Huntley, 100 points needed. Oh, what a big dart there is.
81. Joshua, you require
Well,
81.
It feels like it's all down to this. Of course, there's more to come in this one, but if you can break the throat, it could be a happy accident because it's tops. Break a throat. What
Game
a
shot on the
finish.
fifth
What a
leg.
dart.
Joshua
That double
Birksfield.
2 in the previous leg, that 81 finish, his reaction there tells you everything.
Sixth leg is
But
Joshua
he's got
to
to
throw
gather his
first.
thoughts now. Can he see
Game
this
on.
one out?
You get the sense this is a big moment because he won his first game, lost his second. And so this will kind of tip the scales for Joshua Birksfield as to whether this has been a good start or a poor start.
And maybe Paul
30.
Nicholson's analysis about being a little bit green at the gills could be right, because the reaction there was a reaction of a player who's won the match. And then to start with 30, then give the
140.
initiative back to your opponent there. Maybe I was wrong.
I'm not going to do the Paul Nicholson impression, you'll be happy to know.
A roller coaster.
60.
He says Howay, and in a few weeks' time you're going our way.
140.
I'll just try and work that joke. I'm sure there's a joke there somewhere, everyone. I'm still getting over the swords of Middlesex and East Saxon.
58.
There is a criticism in the Northeast about you, though, Henry Deacon, and I'm being deadly serious here. How you focus more on the
100.
southern part of the country's players and counties, you'd never mention the Cleveland badge. You'd never mention the Northumberland's emblem. So can you stop being that north-south divide and start realising that the
Mike,
UK
you require 121.
is not just about Hampshire, Dorset and Somerset?
I mention Sam Spivey's name every other day. From Scarborough.
90.
I thought Graham Usher was from Scarborough.
Yeah, but he's Scarborough's number 2 these days. Anyway, this for free and to take us all the way to another last leg decider.
31.
Into the 15th minute of this contest, and that 15 leads Huntley double 8. And that takes us to the full complement of legs.
Yeah, Huntley's been excellent, and I think he's been the better player in a 3-3.
Side and leg. It's Mike to throw first.
It's well deserved. He's just shy of the 90 average at the moment, Mike Huntley, but he's got the darts here. I think Berksfield is just hanging on right now. I keep waiting for that big 12 darter from Joshua. Something.
81.
And that dart had absolutely everything in, but the desired treble 20 was there. Let's see the best from Berksfield.
Well, this is one of those scenarios where Michael Huntley's been here more often over the course of the last 3 years. You get the sense now he's the more experienced man when it comes to these scenarios against a large portion of players in this field. That wasn't the case not too long ago.
I'm just wondering if is knowledge power, though, because if you realise when you stood there the importance of this leg, where you've got a player only on his second appearance, you can be more free-flowing. I think it's an intriguing last leg, this one. And nothing to separate them.
It's definitely a biggie. The winner moves on to 4 points. Positive legs difference. The Lewis will have work to do. Huntley takes on Carl Wilkinson in his next. And it looks like Wilkie is just beginning to rally.
$45.
Yeah, you saw the reaction from Mike Huntley there. What have I done? But to hear your opponent then only score 45. Who can find that treble? Who can back it up? Should go downstairs, does go downstairs. An excellent return from Mike Huntley.
142. Required to win this game.
59. Mike,
well, the head in hands because he knows he hasn't left to finish. He's left Huntley with 6 darts on here to win this game 4-3. Even if he can pick the pieces up, that 5 isn't the worst dart in the world.
44.
I'm not so sure about his counting there with the 19s. Almost a little bit of panic setting with Mike Huntley with that 5. You can see him there. The shake of the head. All you're saying to yourself at that point, 6 darts. Berksfield thought he was out. He thought he was done and dusted.
100.
Not anymore.
Mike, you
take your pick.
98.
Triple 18. Well, decided to persevere to leave himself double 9. Berksfield back for the ton.
Joshua, you require 100.
That discipline I often talk about. The big 18 miss. He is all over the place, Mike Huntley, right now. Berksfield, he thought he was out. He thought he was done and dusted. He thought it was a missed opportunity. But what a finish in the end. Joshua Berksfield gets over the line here, much to the disgust of Mike Huntley, who had that game in the palm of his hands. You can see the relief of Berksfield. He wins a match that goes the full 7 legs. We've got McKee up next against top of the table, Van Velzen. And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just been involved with another 7-legger where nerves got the better of Mike Huntley at the end. You could just see the disappointment. That was a game which he absolutely threw away, much to the delight of Joshua Birksfield, who got over the line. And he somehow has won 2 of his 3 games. But the star performer today has been Keanu Van Velzen.
First
He's looked
leg,
good.
it's Richard to throw first.
He's got a couple of wins under his belt. He looked a little bit nervy in win there, whereas Richard McKee, a player we like here in the commentary box, really solid, spoke really well at the beginning of the day. Had a really disappointing opening game, but bounced back after that one. So a big opportunity for McKee, who's had success here at the Modus Super Series. He has been a weekly winner from absolutely nowhere. His background of being this chef who doesn't get the opportunity to go to things like Q School and Challenge too, so he's very difficult to read of how well he can be playing.
30.
And once again, how many times, Henry, we're going to say it's another difficult one to call?
Feels like he's going from Master Chef to Hell's Kitchen, Richard McKee. At this present moment in time, he's at the bottom of the table. He's afoot, having just picked up 4 legs so far today, up against Keanu Van Velzen, the man who will probably look at this group table now and think, I can really begin to make some moves. Wins this one on to 6. 2 clear of Birksfield, but 4 clear of everybody else. And yes, you want to win the group, that's great. But most importantly, make sure you have that gap from 3rd downwards.
Yeah, I'll put a spanner in the works. If McKee wins it, throw a blanket over them, because there's nothing to separate them. So
40.
A big motivation there for Van Velzen. But for the neutral, a win here for McKee. And let me tell you, there's nothing to separate these players. And
60.
Wilkinson, I think, is the big one who would benefit from that.
Well, Van Velzen first to a finish. Against the throw, McKee needs a big treble to do likewise.
97.
Just to find with the last, leave himself a 154.
Yeah, we're so used to seeing Marvin Van Velzen with this type of finish and hitting it with real aplomb. And we talked about the fact that how much that can be a motivational fact. How can that you can look at your brother, your mentor, and now he's getting the opportunity.
Really good setup. But all of a sudden, this leg's changed face when Van Velzen looked as if he had control of it for large swathes. All of a sudden, he may only get 1 dart. He may have to take the 2 he gets a double 8.
And
to his credit, he does.
Keanu Van Velzen.
Yeah, much to his credit, Henry, because that can be his Achilles heel. I think for scoring power, I've got no doubt that this young man can have a career in this in darts there. What he'll need to do now is just making sure that the back end of legs, but this area of the game, mightily impressive.
140.
We're seeing another rising star here at the Live Lounge.
Well, in 12 series here at the Modus Super Series, we have seen 3 players aged 21 or under lift the trophy. In fact, the defending champion, Charlie Manby, just 20 years of age, cannot defend the title because he's now on tour. Jensen Walker won it as an 18-year-old back in April. Luke Littler won it twice as a 16-year-old back in 2023. We had Marvin Van Velzen at the age of 24 pick up the title. They say it's a young man's game. And the way the titles have been shared out the Super Series may well be an indicator as to where the future of this sport lies.
100.
It can be a war of attrition if you're playing in that Group A from Monday morning till hitting that winning double on Saturday night. It ain't easy. But this is the place where players want to
100. Keanu, you require 167.
This is the area of the board that Van Velzen wants to be, because he rapid first leg victory. But he'll be disappointed with that. You can see his reaction there, because he had this leg and this match in total control. Yet to see the best of McKee in this match so far.
100. Keanu,
Well, himself on a finish means that Van Velzen does have to contemplate the bullseye potentially.
Yeah, I've got one for you to consider after this leg. It's not going to happen. But imagine if we could get all the winners
58.
of the Super Series
141.
into 1 week. Imagine if McKee can check out in this 1-4-1. Imagine if he can get back in this game.
Wood have been his third of the day, having already taken out the 134 and the
Keanu, you
106
require 68.
against Carl Wilkinson on his previous match. And so Van Velzen returning for 68, took out a similar combo in the previous leg.
It is part of his DNA, this nervy look. Often delivers. And does again.
Shot on the second
That's
leg.
classy.
Keanu Van Velzen.
And that fist pump is all part of the makeup for Van Velzen. It's just like watching his brother on there.
Third leg is for Richard to throw first.
Quirky little touch of the right foot. That shoelace, but it's working.
140.
Keanu Van Velzen is one of a number of players who came through the ADC European Qualifying Tour at the back end of 2025. We've seen Timothy Verbruer already in this series come through that. We're going to see Lars Erik Lindgren, Nico Plovier, Hiri Usa, the Finnish qualifier. George Munoz back again, Patrick Decker, Dustin Straba, Arne Spey, Zareso Zeverboom, Wesley Van Tripe, and Dmitry Rogov.
180.
You'd have won a game of Scrabble there, by the way. Some of those names.
140.
Good to see a cosmopolitan look to the Super Series field in 2026.
58.
On the back of
Richard,
that
you require
180 there
121.
from Van Velzen, but McKee just getting on with the job here really nicely. However, that big three, does it put a spanner in the works? Well, he's set it up nicely.
Keanu, you require
What an opportunity for the Dutchman. He'll start on the 19s.
Triple 18 for the bull, for the double break and full control. Not to be, so McKee is going to get 3 more tops.
38. Richard, you require 40.
Quality match. Quality finishing.
Third leg.
McKee back in this game.
Proper 13 data, back to 2-1. Van Velzen got the break in the open. This is the leg where he has to cash it in.
Game on.
Yeah, he seems a really nice guy, Richard McKee. I think just part of that is when you're that nice like he is, you need that steely determination. And he was just looking back then, it was just like a little snarl, a little growl. He's probably thinking, there's nothing that my opponent's doing that I can't do.
95.
Can he back that 13 darter up and really get into this match? It's been a competitive day, hasn't it?
100.
Yeah, the first couple of games, yes, they went by way of 4-0, but since then everything is equalised out. When you look at the league table, if Van Velzen was to lose this, then you've got a posse of players on 4 and then a number on 2, and you're in a position where anything is up for interpretation.
Any place stand out for you tonight in Group B? I must admit, I'm looking forward to my Northeast
96.
teammate in Rob Grundy. I've been really proud of him the past 2 or 3 years. I think it's his turn to deliver on that stage as well now. He's just up against an inspired Tommy Morris in that group here, but surely he will fancy his chances tonight.
Well, Jose Justicia is a player that is just beginning to trend in the right direction. Made it final in Challenge Tour 2 earlier in the month, where he lost out 5-2 to Joe Hunt, who's picked up a couple of titles on that particular circuit in 2026. You'd sense that he would make it through. You never know what you're going to get from Richie Burnett these days. Could be ridiculous, he could be sublime.
Yes, he's often the headline act, but the headline act today has been Van Velzen. Has an opportunity with this game, if he can win it, to go 3 wins out of 3. It's been these types of finishes. Now 1 dart at a double. And it's been no problem whatsoever. And once again, that trend continues. Van Velzen 1 away.
5th leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
And stop laughing when I can't say Van Velzen. It's very off-putting.
I was just thinking, Van Velzen, wasn't that the band that did Bohemian Like You?
I thought that was Queen.
140.
Great track, great times, the noughties.
You could do with a shave, by the way. I've just noticed there as you're scratching your face. You're looking very unkempt.
I'm I'm just saving it because I've not got much in terms of hair shaving left, really, have I? I've got one haircut.
Shave it off. When you shaved yours off, you look 10 years younger. You look 30.
60.
I don't know.
Your skinhead suited you. It really did suit you.
I don't know. I got some weird looks.
Well, you get some weird looks anyway, so.
58.
Henry's deep in thought while we concentrate on the darts. McKee fighting for everything that he's got.
140.
And that's a lot. He needs to hold, break, hold against an inspired Van Velzen. I will get that name right sometime today. Richard McKee, Henry, is averaging 97 at the moment.
Richard, you require
It's more
101.
like we know of him. Just beginning to find a level, but the problem is he has a couple of leg deficit to overcome. However, this is to put one more
in the fifth
between him and Van
Richard
Velzen.
McKee.
Back to 3-2. The 101 is his third top plus checkout of the day.
Yes, he may be
Six-legged
3-2 down, but he's
Kiani to
averaging
throw first.
97.19. He's
Game
2
on.
from 3 on the doubles. A little 101 finish as well. Yet he's still second favourite for this game, especially after that return.
140.
Hope if he can break here, he all of a sudden is installed as favourite to win this contest because he would have the darts in the decider, having rallied each of the last 2 legs. But that's not a good time for a
80.
bouncer, even if triple one was the intended target of dart free.
$40.
Well, there's a slip. Will it be punished? That's awkward. Is he going to persevere with the treble 20? That's the reason why he has. He bashes his way through
100.
with that second dart there.
$140.
No max for Van Velzen. Max for McKee. Max.
140.
Great leg of darts. Really is. Who can hold a nerve? I like that play. 64 left, so the 16s should be the target.
144.
Unless I was wrong there. I think he has miscounted.
Yeah, 144, 37. Excellent officiating there from Anton Mays, much to Keanu Van Velzen's questionable look in the background, but he's kind of seen off the
100.
McKee
Keanu,
storm
you
here, and
require
now he has an opportunity to
37.
win it.
Do you know, that can be a help because those nerves, because you could see he was adding up the score, realised the mistakes that he did. It could be a good thing. He's the only player with 2 wins out of 2 so far. Double 10 for Daylight. KVV
Game shot.
is
and
the
match.
MVP.
Keanu Van
A superb
Velzen.
match from Keanu Van Velzen. Richard McKee demonstrated his qualities. Richard McKee in defeat averaged over 98. Keanu Van Velzen is trying to do like his brother once did and be a real champion on there. And that was a champion's performance. It's Wilkinson up next against Mike Huntley.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Game number 9 saw Keanu Van Velzen get the better of Richard McKee by 4 legs to 2 in what was a barnstormer of a contest. Van Velzen averaging 91.9, 4 from 6 on his doubles. McKee took out a 101, but it wasn't good enough despite averaging 98 and change. So we've completed 3 rounds worth of play. 9 matches gone. Game 10, a meeting between Michael Huntley and Carl Wilkinson. It's Keanu Van Velzen that leads the way. 6 points to his name, plus 7 by way of legs difference. Joshua Birksfield in second position on 4 points. And then below Birksfield in that second place, all the other 4 players in this group find themselves 85. On 2. So a very tight table going into round 4 of 5 of our afternoon session. We're watching these pictures live on the Pluto TV network. If you're watching on your smart TV and you want to take Pluto TV on the move, you can do by downloading the Pluto TV app. It's available on the Apple App Store or Google Play, wherever you get your apps 41. From. And you can follow the Super Series on the move 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, courtesy of the Pluto TV app. Tight table, Glenn, 100. As we just illustrated a second or 2 ago.
Yeah, it could have been also tighter as well if McKee could have got over the line in that match 100. With Van Velzen. He has really impressed me today. The job's been done for him now. The foundation is laid. Can he see how he's still got a couple of tricky games to come in? Matt Clark and Carl 100. Wilkinson as well. But yeah, he looks the real deal. I've been really impressed with the way Carl Wilkinson's dealt with the fact that he had that accountability about being the big favourite. He lost a couple of games. Huntley will be frustrated. He's just threw away a game. But in darts, you always get a second chance. He decides to look away from the 161 and just almost lay the setup up, and he does that beautifully well.
137.
He's 2 trolls after 12, and he's going to get a poke at it for the break.
85.
You get the sense these meetings between players on 2 points is going to be oh so important. Who's going to be the contenders and who may well have work to do on the final day? That potentially could be a big miss.
Yeah, and he got his game going today with a double 3 as well.
Require 90.
And what you don't want to do is give this man any sort of opportunity. He'll stay there for double 5.
85.
Well, it's almost a case of give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Require 3.
Interesting. Look what finish Huntley's left, because the one thing that got Carl Wilkinson going was a bizarre 3 finish earlier.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's what you call karma.
Huntley.
And Mike Huntley, the shake of the head is there. I'm just wondering if in the mindset of Carl Wilkinson there, it was that 3 finish, wasn't it? That got him going earlier. No 2 games are the same here at the Modus Super Series.
Well, it's a saying, isn't there? What goes around comes around, and that's the case there for Carl Wilkinson.
60.
I think that defeat for Mike Huntley against Joshua Birksfield, the one good thing is that he's pretty much straight back on
100.
Here. He hasn't had time to go in that players area for too long for that to fester in the mind. He should be sat on 4 points right now. He was the better player in that.
45.
Last time they played each other away from the Modus Super Series, Q-School 2018.
85.
I'm sure both had dreams of becoming a pro player, and that was the case for Carl Wilkinson. He was a pro player. He was on that set. He was very, very tough to beat, Carl.
However, he's got to put his foot on the floor here, Carl Wilkinson. Big passage in play, big game for the Yorkshireman.
60.
What do you think the minimum for Wilkinson is going away? Is it 6 points? Does he have to win these next 2 games?
I think
100.
6. Particularly when you look at Keanu's already on that number. Birksfield's on 4. And Joshua's got to play Matt Clark towards the end. He's also got to play Richard McKee.
99. Carl, you require 76.
That Joshua probably wins one of those 2 games.
This is where Van Velzen's been so good. One dart in hand.
36.
Not to be for Wilkinson. Will he be back?
Mike, you require
It's going to take a bit of a worldie from
156.
Huntley. 156 needed.
Well, that would have been a sorry sight for Wilkinson if that went.
41. Carl, you require 40.
This to break back and to put him in business. No
Game
mistake.
shot on the second
Gets
leg.
there in
Carl
the end.
Wilkinson.
Equalises at one apiece.
Yeah, he's a proper match player, isn't he? I think
Third
it
leg
was
is
a little
Carl
nod
to
of the
throw
head from the pair of
first.
us here because
Game on.
Huntley was poised.
Carl Wilkinson gives as much care about averages as
49.
Martin Adams.
Yes, he doesn't give a franc about them, does he really? He just doesn't care.
85.
All
100.
that Wilkinson cares about is that winning line. He's had the taste of victory on that stage a Saturday night. How emotional he was as well. How much it means to you. And as a dart player, you want it more. But it's not easy. He's been in a real tough grind. And I thought going into Group C was not a bad thing for Carl
45.
Wilkinson. Yes, you've got the earliest start with a 1 o'clock start. But he was the headline act, big favourite going into this one. Plan A was to comfortably
135.
win your opening games. It didn't go that way, so now you've got to look at Plan B. And he's up against it again in this leg.
100.
Well, by only hitting a ton, Huntley has 6 and 181 to get the third consecutive break at the beginning of this contest. And it would leave Wilkinson with food for thought.
100.
Beautiful last start there from Mike.
$37. Mike, you require 81.
Well, he's left to finish. But I don't think it'll change the strategy here for Huntley. I don't have a problem with that. Some will.
49.
Are you showing
Carl, you
disrespect to
require
Wilkinson? Are you saying you cannot
170?
check out in this 170?
Well, statistics will tell you that Carl Wilkinson has
81. Mike, you require
less than 5%
32.
chance of taking out the big fish there. And so the 95%
Game
play
shot on
was
the
right.
third leg,
Very
Mike
right.
Huntley.
And that's very good for Michael Huntley.
Very good. 16 data, but more importantly, a breaker throw.
Fourth leg is Mike
The
to throw
ups and downs
first.
of Mike Huntley
Game
on
on.
that stage at the Modus Super Series is unbelievable. The frustration 20 minutes ago of losing a game he should have won to now putting himself in an excellent position
125.
against the top dog going into this Group C campaign today.
And sometimes you've got to put it on your opponent, Glenn, haven't you? Sometimes you've got to say, right, I don't fancy you for this. And you just put the seed of doubt in the back of their mind.
99.
And like I said, as he threw the darts, I had no problem. And I mean, the stat backs it up. Less than 5% chance of doing that.
100. $96.
I've had a sneak peek at next week's players, Henry.
Yes, 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 yes.
All I will say is impressive.
Very good. Yeah, really looking forward. I'm
85.
back, because I know how much you like to know about my diary, Glenn, don't you?
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I
Your
love it.
favourite tweet of the week.
Yes, on a Sunday. I just wish people would like it, or people looked at it.
58.
Yeah, I'm back for the double Thursday, Friday, and then back Saturday with Mr. Mitchell.
100.
He wouldn't abuse my hairline.
I wonder if Scotty Dog watches this, because if he does, can I just thank you how impressively tidy you left our workstation today.
55.
By the way,
Mike,
When you work
require
with Henry,
91.
it's just a joke.
By the way, his notepad is absolutely exemplary. Highlighters everywhere.
I was wondering why there's highlighters all over. Are we going to see a highlight here from Huntley?
51.
Well, no is the answer. But isn't he in a fantastic position once again? But how many times do we say that about the Welshman? Now is your time to shine.
100. Mike, you require 40.
Tops for 3-1. If there's
Game
one
shot on
word
the
to
fourth
describe
leg,
this,
Mike
it's solid.
Huntley.
It's not spectacular, but it's been good enough.
Fifth leg is Carl to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I've given up writing the conclusions to games because how impressive did Carl Wilkinson look against Matt Clark? I thought, this is it. He's had his downtime here. And now he's going to run away with 3 big victories and go, poof, I've got away with 1 there. He is on the ropes right now.
100.
He's like Tyson Fury with Deontay Wilder close to him in round 12.
140.
But he's going to have to find a way off the canvas here. He's certainly improved his stage game over the last year or so, Michael Huntley. Of that, there's absolutely no doubt.
Yeah, he's very likeable. I thought the seniors really helped him and his progression as well. But he openly admitted today. And yeah, he wears his heart in his sleeve. Every dart you throw, you don't even have to look where it lands. Just have a look at Babyface. He'll tell you where it lands.
170.
Well, we're not going fishing in the Super Series lake.
84.
That's a bit of a slip for the last. Leaves some work to do. And if Huntley passing something big here, Wilkinson may only get a dart at the ball off the back of this.
Yeah, interesting you say that because the first treble was perfect.
100. Carl, you require 86.
Still open for interpretation, this leg, potentially. It is the ball. Well, the line was okay, but he just dropped it
Mike,
low.
You require 116.
Solid without being spectacular. But is it good enough? Can he use that dart as a guide? That's unlucky.
60. Carl, you require 47.
So to reduce the gap back down to 1 again. Double 16. Here's the
Game shot on
target
the fifth
Wilkie
leg, Cole
finds.
Wilkinson.
Back in the game. Huntley falls to serve it out.
Sixth leg is Mike to throw first. Game on. 100.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing the same narrative because, you know, so many players have gone that 3-1 down. It's like that hold, break, hold. And when you get that to that, what you hope to be the penultimate
100.
leg for Carl Wilkinson, we're saying what a big leg of darts. This one is, it has that same pattern, that same feel about a lot of the games today.
Well, 5 more games to go after this
100.
Van Velzen against Clark. Burksfield, McKee.
60.
Van Velzen against Wilkinson. McKee against Huntley. And Clark against Burksfield to finish.
What's your night tonight then, Henry? Are you going to get your database out and look at some numbers?
24.
Oh, my evening is probably going to be spent double screening. So I'm going to have the
Double screening,
double
everybody.
screening. Oh, yes.
25-year-old ears.
I'm going to have the darts on, of course, the World Masters. And then I'm going to have a bit of the Europa League on as well. I think I might watch the Forest game tonight.
100.
And then I might look at my database later.
I think Mike Huntley needs to look at that treble 20 at the moment because he's going through one of those phases right now.
Oh, and I'm making carbonara as well.
Yeah, you can stop now.
81.
Here's Wilkinson taking control of this. He's down to a finish. Oh, can Michael Huntley leave this pretty? What a dart that is. It was almost like the first 2 darts. The frustration was there. He just found the left-hand side of that treble. And he will be back, and he will be back for the match.
100. Mike, you
So
require
this to wrap up a 4-2 win. A hard-fought win for Michael Huntley. Headed down first. Unable to convert, and so Wilkie will look at 60
Kaya
to
requires
take
60.
us the distance.
He'll be feeling it. I think the body language tells you that, but the eyes never off that tops. His biggest start of the day right now. Not often you see him take a shot and take a breath.
50.
Well, that
Mikey requires
could be
16.
curtains for Carl. Huntley steps forward, looking at 2/8 to win full 2 to put him on the 4 points. Beautiful guy. Can he just nestle it across? Target's even bigger, but he cannot find a way.
Very similarities between the pair of them.
Kaya require 10.
Wilton's have picked up his dark case. Both have had lots of opportunities today. And this is not a gimme still. Double 5 can go horribly wrong. You've got to attack, and he does attack.
No score.
Dark 2 is always the dangerous one in that scenario.
He did everything right. He went big with the
Mikey
first,
requires
attacked the
16.
second. Huntley, what an opportunity.
Well, this is a gift. Of that, there's absolutely no mistake.
Game
And
shot
it's a
and match.
gift that he'll
Mike
handily
Huntley.
accept. And he'll seal a 4-2 win over Carl Wilkinson. A frustrated look on his face, as you'd probably expect. He has got big problems and a lot of work to do from here on in. Next up, we're going to watch Keanu Van Velzen take on Matt Clark. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where Michael Huntley got the better. Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 2 before the break. Next up for us, Keanu Van Velzen takes on Matt Clark. Keanu's been a breath of fresh air, really, hasn't he? On his debut, following in the footsteps of his brother Marvin, former series champion here. He's won all 3 of his matches. A victory here would put him on to 8 points in the group, and his performances, by and large, have been fairly good. We've seen a fair few of them from him today.
180.
Yes, occasionally he can look a little bit nervy, but when you've got 3 wins under your spin, I mean, if you
41.
can't now enjoy the next 2 games and produce your best darts. And there's best darts, and there's outstanding darts, and a 180, 140 star from Van Velzen. It's exactly what you wanted in this situation. Clark, the day started so fantastically well for him. It's all gone a little bit pear-shaped.
68.
Well, I was about to say, Keanu Van Velzen was looking to follow in the footsteps of his brother, who's also had a 9 darter in this building. See Mason Whitlock, son of Simon, hit a 9 at the live lounge.
96.
Hit exactly the same way as his dad did at the Premier League in 2012.
What was your favourite 9 on this stage? Was it Fallon's, maybe?
Has to be.
78. Keanu, you require 85.
Has to be the most famous moment in Super Series history, the Fallon Sherrick 9. As Van Velzen looks a double 10.
65.
Just wide to the right-hand side.
Yeah, magic start. That would have been for a 12 darter there. Clark way back on 3-1-4. Interesting strategy there from Van Velzen, just turning his back on his opponent, throwing there, just trying to get into that zone. Been a beautiful start. Can he see it out? And there's the answer. 13 darter. Hold a throw. Super stuff.
Second leg is Matt to throw first. Game on.
1-0 to KVV.
$97.
KVV's final game was against Carl Wilkinson. I mean, he's got to win 6 out of 6 now, doesn't it? It's as simple as that to give him any real hope.
98.
He is in a dire situation. Dire straits for Carl Wilkinson. I know he doesn't want to do the walk of life.
48.
Again, just finds that treble. And when the first one goes, we talked about the rhythm of Keanu Van Velzen.
180.
It's a quirky throw, like I said. It's far, far from perfect. But there's just something about him. And there's just something about Matt Clark just yet. Don't write him off too early. That's what he's replying with.
Anything you can do, I can do just as well.
59.
He's himself 164, but Clark will probably feel in his mind that he's got 6 on this 176 to level up. Really good second dart. Even better third, because there would have been much target area to have aimed at there.
That was very impressive. The 180 backed up with that beautiful 140. And Van Velzen can't find the spectacular 164.
Require 36.
But he can leave a very makeable 76 beautiful darts for Matt Clark to leave this double 18. This for his own 13 darter.
The tricky little switch.
Game shot on the second
leg. It's made perfectly by
Clark.
Superman, and we're level at 1-1.
Third leg is Keanu to throw first. Game on.
If Keanu was to lose this, Matt Clark would move on to 4 points, and suddenly we'll see a bit of a congelation of the group, because you'd have Keanu on 6, 3 other players on 4, and then 2 players on 2. Actually, if you're Carl Wilkinson and Richard McKee at this present moment in time, you are begging for Matt Clark to win this game.
84.
Because all of a sudden, things are tight in this table.
61.
Yeah, 2-1 in the head-to-head this week for Keanu. Just a tight 4-3 loss in that one defeat, so he's had the kryptonite against Matt Clark so far.
180.
4 180s in this match already. I've had some tidy games today.
100.
Good stuff.
Thanks. Oh, the dart, sorry.
Definitely wasn't from you. When are you leaving again?
137.
Well, Clark here could be on for potential 11. We saw two 5-visit legs exchanged in the first couple. This may well be one step better.
101.5 average versus 101.5 average. Quality affair. Is it tops? He's so old school. Never into his consideration. That may be the right decision with Van Velzen on 180.
There's no school like the old school.
60.
And that's 60. He's double top upon his return. Second consecutive leg. He's left himself on a double after 4 visits to the board.
$100. Matt, you require 40.
For a breaker throw in this high quality contest. 3 legs
Game
played,
shot on the third
313
leg,
darters.
Clark.
And so
Fourth leg
2-1
is Matt to throw
to Matt
first.
Clark. A crucial break accrued. Had to
Game
find
on.
one at some point to win this game. He's got it there. And now he can really get his claws stuck into this contest.
And I suppose for the other players, do you want to see Van Velzen run away with things and the others fight for it?
100.
Or is a victory here for Clark good for the other 5 players?
Right now, I think a Matt Clark win is better.
93.
Because Van Velzen's on 6, there's a lot on 4 and 2. I think keeping as many people as tight to one another as possible, because you don't know. There could be a drop-off on Van Velzen. Could lose his last game against Carl Wilkinson. And all of a sudden, Van Velzen could finish the day on 6 and Wilkinson just a couple of points off him.
Good point.
59.
Although there's not a sign of a drop-off on
100.
KVV. Averaging a ton, as you say, high-quality contest. You've been treated to them all day long. Now, Clark is in PBN territory.
Yeah, he had a couple of looks at the scoreboard, didn't he? He went to look at the desired target,
45.
look back again. Probably thinking, well, 180 doesn't get me down to a finish. Does 177, then the realisation kicked in. And by then, just a disappointing score and hit hard by his opponent.
From a pre-bogified number to a bogified number. Keanu Van Velzen on 168.
You and your bogeys.
$56. $128.
Brilliant dart. It was a wonderful 13 darter. Breaker throw from Matt Clark in the previous leg. And incredibly, 3 legs played, Henry. 313 darters. And guess what?
95.
Van Velzen
Keanu, you require
for the
40.
Well, this has been an incredibly encapsulating contest.
No score.
However, is this a turning point?
Matt,
if
you
Clark
require 146.
Finds this 146. He's too clear. Needing just one more for victory.
Perfect. Decision. Perfect. Double 13. Van Velzen can't look.
133.
Is this the game's turning point? Clark is with double 13 for 1-4-6 and a 3-1 lead. Van Velzen back for tops to bring us back to the equilibrionic point.
You have got your own dictionary.
Game
Van Velzen has got his desired target, 2-2.
Fifth
Levels, you devils. Desmond, 2-2 with a live lounge.
$134. $140. $57.
Yeah, they often say styles make fights. And the last person, you often produce your best darters. It's against the more methodical players, and you have to put Clark in that category. But I tell you what, they've produced some great games between the pair of them this week. And this one, no different at all whatsoever. They've dipped a little bit from the 100 average, 97 at the moment for Van Velzen. Just shy of 95. A good game.
125.
And that's where that stray dart into the single 5. He'll hope doesn't cost him, because Clark here for 2 treble turn will leave himself for the finish first. Has to find the 2 trebles now.
Yeah, he's so old school, isn't he? Like I said, he really should have gone down that treble 19. That first dart made that treble 20 look so awkward. Van Velzen in total control, 185 and back in the treble 20. Should go centre the board, surely.
170.
I say it should go centre the board. If he just had that split second there, that's always the fear on 65. There is other options, the treble 11, the treble 19. There's other options there. But that's just someone playing with rhythm. You see 65 or 1 dart. He'd be kicking himself if he misses the big number with the first one here.
60. Keanu require 15.
To put him one away, and he's got 6 from this 15. To put himself 3-2 to the good, and to put him one away. To put him on the hill. Ah, the old blowing of the hand tactic. Nico-esque. Three, 2 Van Velzen, 14 darts added to the posse of 13s.
6th leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Posse of 13s. It was a 14 dart to Henry.
Yes, added to the other 13 darters that we've seen in this contest.
Gotcha.
Keep up, Glenn, keep up.
Quality commentary and quality darts. Look at that. 2 13s, 2 14s and a 17. This has been a good game, but that's a slip from Clark. And Van Velzen, when he gets this first dart in the treble, that's the one for him. He's one of those, we talked about the fact he's such a rhythm player.
43.
What he'll have to learn now is when plan A doesn't work, when it goes into the low 5 like that, he's doing everything right.
There is an art to winning ugly, and sometimes you've got to do that. Sometimes you've got to scrap away and chip away, and that's exactly what Matt Clark's doing here. 3rd max of the match. I say chip away. He's averaging 92.
I was just about to say, I think you've been a little bit unfair there.
58.
I think this has been a really good contest. Lots of 180s, lots of drama. 2 players with total opposite personalities and styles. But I think it's been a mighty fine game. We could be going the distance.
Sometimes, Glenn, opposites attract, don't they?
100.
I think that's a really, really good term. Because this was a game where I thought it's going to be scrappy, it's going to be messy, it's going to be nervy. Far from it. They're bringing the best out of each other, and it's not for the first time this week where they've had some good games.
Well, 6 and 1, 7-6 takes all the way. Matt Clark hasn't gone to a decider yet on this Thursday. His first 2 games went 4-0, 1 in his favour, 1 against him, before losing 4-2 to Carl Wilkinson in game 3 of his session.
$97. 57.
It's
Matt, you
advantage
require
Clark, and I wonder if the
79.
mindset for Van Velzen right now is the first 3 darts of the next leg. Looks like he's going to start on the 19s for a big single 20. To go the distance.
59.
Time on his side. If he wins this leg, I just wonder whether Matt Clark will smell blood a bit here.
88. Matt, you require 20.
Some signs of fragility from his Dutch opponent.
It is a real
Aim
tactic
shot on
of
the
Matt
sixth
Clark's.
leg,
That first
Matt
dart is his
Clark.
aimer. And then he uses that as a guide just to beautifully kick into the double 10.
Seventh and deciding leg is Keanu.
Nice touch between the pair of them.
Game on.
Such a big leg from Van Velzen. He can take total control of this Group C. But a leg and a win here for Matt Clark, and it really does bring the pack back together. There's the first dart in the treble. That often means danger for the opponent.
100.
Steady start.
Well, it forces Matt Clark into a 2-treble visit here.
Well, my mindset at this point was at least match it. Well, you asked for 2 trebles.
85.
That could be a dangerous slip.
But once again, that second dart underneath the treble 20, it makes it difficult. Use the treble 19, use the treble 18.
100.
But his opponent is flicking, he's flying, he's just finding ways. He's quirky to watch. He's got a great rhythm once he gets to the hockey. There's a lot going on with Van Velzen that you don't see. The touching of the right foot that we've mentioned, the cloth.
93.
You can see him doing that. It's twitchy. But when he actually gets to about here, everything is spot on.
It's almost Rafael Nadal-esque with the amount of superstitions he has coming to and from the hockey.
And that could be a problem longer term.
58.
That's all I would say. If anything, just try and reverse the superstition. Just needs to be just a little bit careful that way. You're not just making... I see players, the Suloviches, you know, the touching photographs, the moving things about, the touching... It's all part of the
40.
psychology of them throwing it, but I still think there's a little benchmark that you don't want to cross.
Well, there is superstition, but without a treble here, the writing might be on the
60.
wall for Keanu Van Velzen.
It's funny you're saying superstition. My music of my choice last night was Stevie Wonder.
Ah. Could have done with you at the quiz on Monday. We had some songs from that. We also had songs from 2016. I'm not sure you'd have been as good on that.
81.
What are you trying to say?
Hey, me and Sam Molyneux won 3 cocktails on the bonus round.
Yeah, I know my Shabba.
$42.
Mistake when he had control of this game. He's got away with it today. When he's made mistake, hasn't always been punished. But we're talking about experience as one attribute. Look at the reaction from Van Velzen behind this. This is classic Matt Clark. This group is going to be super tight if Matt Clark can win this game. Or can we see a worldie from the Dutch startlet?
He needs something of mammoth proportions here. For the triple 19 goes a begging. Matt Clark's going to get 3 match darts at double 16.
A clash of styles.
32.
A clash of personalities. The pace of the game so different. But at times they've brought the best out of each other in this game. Matt Clark was second best for the majority. Can he find a way to win it? Huge dart. That looks awkward. That looks difficult.
Well, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to float it over the top. But it veers off to the right-hand side. And so Van Velzen leaving himself in the madhouse. The smallest double in terms of points return on the board. 2 points for 2 points.
Does he go big with the first one? I like that. Big dart. played for,
Game shot.
won
And the
for.
match.
Keanu Van Velzen, he means business this week. That was a real up and down game for both players there. A missed opportunity at the end for Matt Clark, but Van Velzen, he's looking good. He moves on to 8 points. We move on to Joshua Birkfield against Richard McKee. And welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where it's been a dream day for Keanu Van Velzen. And he's just once again been involved in a real classic of a game that went the distance. A real opportunity at the end, but he held his nerve. He went all the way down to a 1-1 for victory over Matt Clark, who can find himself unlucky in that game. A day that started so well for Matt Clark. And a day that started so well for Joshua Birkfield as well. And he's got a real opportunity because there's daylight now between Van Velzen and the remaining path of Birkfield here with victory. Can reduce that gap and put himself in a clear second position. But I still think it just feels one of those days, Henry, where we haven't seen an awful lot of McKee. I think the timetable of games has meant that he's had big gaps in between his matches there. That'll be reversed tomorrow, of course. And his competition really has to start with this game. And
140.
we saw a much more relaxed Van Velzen because there was a game early today between Birkfield and Van Velzen where it felt really nervy. Can Birkfield, who himself has got through a game which he could have and should have lost, and he find his relaxed manner
Well, you can almost say that Joshua Birksfield could be at a bit of a crossroads here. 4 points so far, but if he loses this one, it'd be 2 for 2 for the day, which will mean that his game at the very last against Matt Clark all of a sudden becomes rather important, because it'll be the difference between him having a good day and maybe a slightly below par day here as far as this Group C is concerned. But Josh has got off to a very fast start, leaving 1, 2, 4 after 9 and 6 from here to take the opening gambit. Stays there, doesn't find, and so Birksfield pinning the treble 16, leads himself on 36 after 12.
Yeah, we saw an incredible start to the previous games with a plethora of 13 darters, and that's the position that Birksfield's put himself
77.
in.
Joshua, you require 36.
Double 18.
Game
No problem
shown on the
whatsoever.
first leg, Joshua Birksfield.
A leg of real quality, and we have talked an awful lot about the background of Birksfield.
Second leg,
the fact that he's playing an awful lot of ADC stuff, and then we got on to the Middlesex Massive, as we called it, with his county stuff. And big thanks to Daryl Hennessy, who's been in touch on our social media, and he sent me the Super League, where some of the numbers that Joshua is producing is excellent. He's top of the table with the likes of Cam Crabtree, with the likes of
97.
Martin Lukeman, also names on there. That's where he's doing his damage, and we've talked about the fact that it's that transition then, isn't it, from Super League County to the ADC onto 93. That stage. And I still think there's a real talented dart player in this young man's career. Still only 30, so plenty of time on his side.
97.
Well, no, we're joking, Jess, but Cam Crabtree is a very good example of somebody who a few years ago was scratching around peripheries and then all of a sudden decided to give it a go more seriously. And now look at how he's going. I know there's an age gap between the pair, that's granted, but there's a similarity in terms of the stories.
And where's the peripheries? Is that like a mountain range down south, is it? Or is it another 59. One of your words that you make up?
Surely you've heard of periphery.
Yes, I know what periphery means, but I've never heard of the region of peripheries.
Oh, shut up, Claire.
94.
Just hope the bosses of Modus Super Series didn't hear that.
134. Richard, you require 114.
Use of the treble 19s there brings him back into this leg. Certainly does now. The very likeable McKee puts himself into some good positions. He's had a
82.
bit of a frustrating day for
Joshua, you
for
require
Richie.
114.
And he was out of this leg, Birksfield, and these are the types of finishers. When these go, when you're 1-0 up, you're going to get one dart at a double. That dart is double top.
94.
Just drops low, but
Richard, you require 32.
Of anybody in this group, and I know McKee's had more ton plus checkers, but he's looked the most likely from that kind of range, Joshua Birksfield. And to be fair to Richard McKee, no mistake of the double 16, and we are back on terms. 1-1. I tell you what, I don't know if you saw that there, but the movement of the elbow, and there was a bit of a wince there, wasn't there, as well?
Yeah, that was the fear. He has made the journey
80.
Across the North Sea to be here. He wants to be here, but he knows he's carrying just a little bit of an injury. You mentioned that it's not for the first time on the stage that he's had problems. He doesn't play an awful lot of darts.
81.
So when all of a sudden you're playing 2 and hopefully 3 consecutive days of darts, that could be the concern for him.
100.
I do want to ask you a more generalised question, Glenn. In terms of 2026 here at the Super Series, is there a player in particular you look at and think, do you know what, they could have a really good run of it here?
I'm surprised Derek Coulson didn't get a tour card. I thought he was a banker. I really did. I'm just a huge fan of the way he goes. But I've seen a couple of the names
60.
coming up the next couple of weeks where I don't want to be a spoiler, but there's a couple of players which have got the experience of being on the Pro Tour. I'm a big believer, Henry, and sometimes in your career, taking a step backwards
100.
to move forwards. You talked about Connor Scott earlier, where he's just the most incredible player when he gets into the some of the WDF stuff he was doing, some of the stuff he was doing at the Super Series. 83. And we've got a couple of players who've been a tour card holder for a long time who are going to be making their debut on here. So I'm really excited. Andreas Harrison, no doubt, will be back again. You're scratching
100.
your head. you know, you're scratching your head out. Someone like Andres doesn't get a card, and yeah, it's. But for me, Derek Coulson is the one who's really, really impressed me.
40. Richard, you
Bradley
require
Brooks,
120.
I always think it's the benchmark for a player who dropped off tour, came back stronger, won a Pro Tour title last year. As McKee looks at 120. It'll be a 4-ton plus checkout of the day if he can convert tops.
Game
Well,
shot.
he climbs the ladder perfectly.
Richard
And he opens up a 2-1 lead, breaking hands. In a must-win game, he's halfway towards the victory post.
Fourth
A
leg
nice
is
little
Richard to
tap
throw
of respect
first.
there from his opponent.
Game on.
Yeah, just as you were talking there, I was looking at the in-play table, and now Richard McKee's been sat bottom for a long time. And just when that dart went in the double, the in-play table kicked
60.
in, and he moves up to 4th place. He moves on to 4 points. You could argue he moves into joint 2nd place at that point. So, you know, if you can get victory, this is the beauty of the Group C.
45.
He'll then go back and he'll feel a different game. And then his final game against Mike Huntley, who's on the same number, then becomes massive. There's that little wince again there.
And as you say, he's still got one more game to go, and that's not too long. He's got one game break before he
81.
plays Michael Huntley in match 14. Just finally on the conversation about players I think could have a good year. I think Simon Whitlock's going to be sniffing in and around a Champions Week, you know. I think he's really found another spot. And I think the fact that he knows what he wants to do, he's pitching his tent here with the ANZ Premier League. I think he's going to be a dangerous commodity. I think he's found something again.
And quite selfishly for the Modus Super Series, it's great because he's a big name. You know, when we're doing a production for Champions Week, if you've got a headline act like a Simon Whitlock, we can be really greedy here at the Live Lounge as well. That Whitlock does tick that box.
57.
Also, watch out for Jensen Walker because I think he's bubbling up.
Yeah, I was watching him at the Romanian competition this week, the Open and the Classic as well. He's a terrific player.
What about that stage in Romania, the electronic stage?
Loved it, yeah, I played in the. Just as we look there, that's a fabulous 171 there from Berksford. But I played in Romania, I think, for the Europe Cup for England, round about 2016. We had a terrific team, and the Romanian national darts knew where they wanted to go, and I think they're producing an unbelievable competition.
The ball for Berksfield. Wide of the mark. McKee's going to get a dart, or at least he should get a dart for 3-1.
Yes, he should. We've talked about the fact that his big finishing's been great. This one will feel more important. And that is for a 3-1 lead. McKee. Is he making his move right now?
Has McKee finally found the secret?
5th leg is Joshua to throw first. Game on.
There he goes again in the background there, Henry. Just loosening that elbow on that arm. And like you said, you mentioned he's got a quick game to come up here tomorrow. He'll be playing 2 of the first 4 or 5 games. You know, he can really cement his possibility of qualification right now. And he's someone we haven't talked an awful lot about today. And Mike Huntley could be aggrieved that the chat's been mainly about Wilkinson. The rise and fall of Carl Wilkinson today. The fact that Van Velzen has gone 4 wins out of 4. But there's a couple of players just on the periphery there who will be saying, hey, I'm here and I want qualification come Saturday night.
$60.
Do you remember the first game we commentated together here at the Live Lounge?
Colin Osborne.
60.
Is it Colin Osborne?
I thought it was Small Cox.
That was the first week we had Alex Small and Lee Cox. How can I forget?
85.
We've had some fun over the years, haven't we?
Just the greatest experience ever. It really has. It's been brilliant, but it's the players, that Raymond Smith moment, that incredible Andreas Harrison finish.
85.
There's just been, you know, the Luke Littler thing will never be understated here. But the best is still to come here. And it's all live and free on Pluto TV.
84.
Can I dub you in for a second? In a good way. I remember when you walked into this building, about 3.5, nearly 4 years ago, and you didn't have a clue as to what to expect, what to happen. And I remember
79.
you came in with this massive list of things, and I remember I said, right, shove that in the bin, and the rest has been history. It's been good fun.
I can even shorten that maybe at the next match, because this one could be coming to the end, because Richie McKee is now producing his best dart of the day. A player we haven't spoke about an awful lot. But this has been a majestic response from McKee.
32.
He's set up this 32. He's been sat bottom of the table for most of the day.
16.
But opportunity meter for Birchfield, this is must get.
112.
To extenuate the contest and to keep McKee at bay. You sense this is Hail Mary time. But he's unable to find the 112 like he could the 116 a ton earlier.
60. Richard, you require 16.
Can he make his move? Yes,
Game
he
shot and a
can. He
match.
moves on to
Richard
4
McKee.
points. It's almost like a resigned look in the end, but he's got to look that. That is a big moment for Richie McKee. He's been sat bottom of the table for most of the day. That puts him on to 4 points. That puts him on to joint second points. Richie McKee, a proven winner here, is up and running. We've got a big game coming up next. It's top of the table, Val Velzen against Carl Wilkinson.
Welcome back. to the Modus Super Series, who completed 12 games here on this Thursday afternoon. And we go into game 13, a meeting between Carl Wilkinson and Keanu Van Velzen. So, the permutations look like this. KVV, 8 points, plus 8 legs difference. He's 4 points clear of Michael Huntley, Richard McKee and Joshua Burksville. Carl Wilkinson, Matt Clark, both on 2 points respectively in this group.
58.
What do you make of this one, Glenn Draculant?
Very good, very good. Yeah, this was the game that I identified that we'll be talking about. Carl Wilkinson, 100. Is he going to get 5 wins out of 5 today? I thought we were going to be talking about this is the one that's going to be the leader. This could be first against second. How wrong I was about Carl
55.
Wilkinson. Because what could have gone wrong about this great player, because that's what he is. But it's Van Velzen that shone brightly today. He's been absolutely
99.
Terrific. And he can use this game. Yes, the optimistic player, the elite mindset player, we think, I want 5 out of 5. The more
83.
realistic player, we think, and look, 4 wins out of 5 today has been a fabulous day. For me, it's a win-win for Van Velzen.
I wonder whether both players I know will enjoy the pace, but will it feel weird for both players playing a rat-a-tat game when you consider how times they've been prolonged in proceedings this afternoon?
45.
Yeah, it's a great question, but you have to be, if you have dreams and aspirations of being a winner here at the Modus, you've got to be adaptable. You've got to play against the super quick players. You've got to play the Tommy Morrises, and you've got to play the Matt Clarks. I mean, there's been players there. I mean, if you look at Van Velzen, he's not the quickest player on the hook. He's
100.
quick. But by the time he gets there, after he's done his touching the shoe and he's done this, but listen, whatever happens in this game, he's got all the attributes to be a top player. And what a story that would be if one day he is a winner here.
64. Kyle Uruguay,
join his brother. Would he be on the stage to support him?
Well, he is in Portsmouth. Here's Marvin. He's going to be here throughout the full course of the week, however long Keanu is here.
Keanu, you require 40.
In fact, you could have a couple of fans here for the Van Velzen army, because you remember the Marvin army?
Game shot on the first leg.
There's been something about that double 10 today. There really has.
Second
He's
leg
looked really assured when it's come to that.
Game on.
And once again, another big dart. How many times have we seen Wilkinson on the ropes? He almost looks shell-shocked.
174.
Perfect start to leg 2 for Wilkie. Well, someone needs to put 50p in the Carl Wilkinson meter towards the end of the day. When this is on 4 points, he's in play, loses it, then he may well be finding himself
100.
dialing up home come the end of play tomorrow.
One interesting stat from this week
50
is that this is their 4th meeting, and it's 3-0 to Carl Wilkinson.
$123. $100. Carl, you require
This leg's
104.
been all about Carl Wilkinson. If you look at the averages, you think this whole match has been about Carl Wilkinson. I think when we crunch the numbers
96.
tomorrow, Henry, we'll see that Carl Wilkinson is not playing bad today. It's been a combination of players playing well against him, and just maybe never recovered from those match
Carl,
darts
you require 8.
that he had in his first game. This for 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg. Carl Wilkinson.
Well, finds that. Another 13 darts. When you break down the doubles for Carl Wilkinson today, 3 from 7, including
Third
that
leg is
mismatch
Keanu
dart
to
you
throw
mentioned against
first.
Joshua Burksville.
Game on.
2 from 5 against Richard McKee. Even in the game that he won against Matt Clark, he was 4 from 15 on his doubles. And then against Michael Huntley, he was 2 from 11. So scoring-wise, he's been okay.
81.
But when it's come to the gilt-edged chances, he has been unable to convert.
134.
He likes that first dart, and why not?
180.
Because that's the first 180 of this game, and how many times when that first dart goes for him, he just does not look like missing.
100.
And it's funny when I spoke with Carl when he won his week last year, and he said, I'm never going to be pinging in the 110, 115 averages, but what I do know, Glenn, I'm the most solid player that'll be on the hockey tonight. I think he believes he's always going to average between sort of 85 and 95, and today it's just not been enough for him.
49. Keanu, you require 100.
Meanwhile, Keanu Van Velzen has not missed a beat just yet. This to go 2-1 to the good. Plenty of time, doesn't have to go tops. That's why he stayed where he did.
60.
And he leaves himself on 40 after just a dozen darts thrown.
100. Keanu, you require 40.
Well, he's been solid as a rock on his doubles. And that was the concern we had for him today.
Game shot on the third leg. Keanu Van
And it
Velzen.
continues with Wilkinson just sat there on a double. And you
Fourth
can
leg
just
is
see the
Carl
body
Sofo
language of Carl
first.
Wilkinson there.
Game on.
Has he got anything left in the tank?
Well, following a stodgy opener, legs of 13 and 14 have followed. Quality contest, this.
100.
And it will be the first game for the pair of them tomorrow. And I think that'll have been the strategy for Wilkinson. As bad as things have gone for him, 4 points against Keanu. Just give him at least a
99.
sniff to get back into this league, into this Group C campaign.
Well, you know he's going to scrap away. That's one thing you can guarantee with Carl Wilkinson. And to be fair, Van Velzen is forcing him into said scrap. Two players who are
58.
getting their teeth stuck into one another.
What's your thoughts on the touching of the right shoe then?
Look, if it's
96.
works, it works.
Carl, you
If it's a
require
superstition, it's a
170.
superstition. Another. Fish time. Good
Game
caught.
shot on the fourth leg.
Good finish.
Carl Wilkinson.
The big fish reeled in. And we're level at 2-2.
Fifth leg is Keanu to throw first. Game on.
It's about as good as it gets. That was absolutely plump. Beautiful dart from Carl Wilkinson.
Well, that bullseye was dead
96.
centre of the target.
He hasn't really showed any petulance. He hasn't threw his arms. He hasn't felt
140.
sorry for himself, Carl Wilkinson. I mean, he's well capable of winning this game and then going through the card tomorrow. That's what you've got to keep believing.
85.
It's just sometimes that little devil will jump on your shoulder thinking, players are playing well against me. That why me attitude.
I'm just not sure Carl Wilkinson's the type of player that gets bogged down.
55.
You know, there's players that treat it as just another game of darts. The type of players that will enjoy the occasion, and then whatever happens, they can be almost accepted of what
57.
fate has been dealt and what cards have been played in their favour. I get the sense Carl Wilkinson's one of those.
40.
Chance for KVV. Oh, wow. Such a flat dart. I was watching
85.
him and the arms were going, the body was moving. And then you look, it's going in the treble 20 there against the more stylistic Carl Wilkinson, where the replication of the throw
45.
is perfect. That's why you never go with style over substance. Let that instinct of you being a dart player do the work.
6-1-7-8 to go 3-2 to the good and to put himself one away from victory.
58.
But by coming up trebleless, it just opens up the door a little bit for Wilkinson if he can find something tangible.
Yeah, I think he picked up on that. It was almost like, right, here we go.
100. Keanu, you
Just
require
sense that that's not enough.
120.
You just sense that this young man fancies anything on that dartboard right now. Can he just use that and sit on top of it? No reaction, which I like. I like the
60.
last start.
Oh, you
Nice
require
and big.
121.
Wilkinson's had a 170 in this game. This will be more important, and he can't do it.
57.
And now he has to rely on favours, and by favours, he's
Yanni
relying on his
requires
opponent
60.
missing and bodging a couple of opportunities at tops. He's in a hopeful situation here, Carl Wilkinson. That dart's not ideal. There's a little bit of an obscuration of the target, but now an open bet at double 10. Finds the
shot
double
on the
10.
fifth leg. Kiani
Funnily
van
enough, it was that
Velsen.
double 10 that gave Marvin van Velzen the Series 8 title. It puts his brother
Sixth leg, it's
3-2 to
Colt
the
through
goods here.
first. Game on.
Yeah, he'd be giving that double 10 a right big kiss if he can get 5 wins out of 5. It's been so good to him today.
134.
I'm not sure if you're a big fan of Sam Fender. You're probably not, because you're from Middlesbrough.
93.
I think he's a great footballer, great left back. Really good, great up the wing.
However, Carl Wilkinson is thinking, I've got to rein him in.
140.
I'm sure that's like a Sam Fender song, I'm guessing, is it?
Yes.
60.
Drew a big crowd, actually, in Newcastle.
100.
50,000 more than one of your exhibitions.
That's not very nice.
And 50,001 more than Matthew Edgar's.
98. Call your choir
We
127.
need to stop the bullying. As we look at the Paul Hinks, well, there certainly won't be 127 in game from there. That was a terrible first start.
111.
But it looks like we are going the distance because the next two were picture perfect.
And Van Velzen has had a little bit of a trip into the single 5. It feels like a formality that we're going to be heading to the full complement of legs. Wilkinson leaving himself on a double after a dozen on throw.
42.
And it almost looks as if
Call
Van
your choir
Velzen has
16.
consigned himself to the fate of a last leg shootout. If he comes inside on the double 4, decision to make. Doesn't have to go for this. Doesn't have to
No
go for
score.
it. And he's made the right decision.
Yeah, I was looking there because he had something similar earlier when he wanted 10, went to bust it and hit a 7. And it was one really good turning point for Wilkinson. He checked out on the 3, big
58.
smile
Call
on
your
his
choir
face.
16.
Will there be a smile on the face after that decision he's made there? Looks good.
Game
Absolutely
shot on
banging
the
the middle
sixth leg,
again. We
Cole
are going the
Wilkinson.
distance, but it is Van Velzen with the darts.
7th and deciding leg is Keanu. to throw
KVV has
first.
not beaten Carl Wilkinson this week.
Game on.
This is a massive leg once again for both players. For that young man, for 5 wins out of 5, dipping his toe for qualification.
98.
For Carl Wilkinson, it's a must win leg.
Well, for Van Velzen, it's to put a foot into Saturday night's final. For Carl Wilkinson, it's to keep a
100.
foothold in terms of contention. So this stall out right from the get-go, did
99.
Keanu, with that 98.5 average and a 4-0 dismantling of Michael Huntley, and there's been absolutely no stopping him ever since, unless
100.
Wilkinson can put him to the sword in this leg.
I have to say I like the demeanour of Wilkinson. We use the word solid, which is so often used.
43.
And as a dart player, it's not one you want to hear that you're a flair player, but he really has kept his emotions in check. Yeah, the smile on the face there as I tell the story, but what a big dart that is.
81.
Well, this leg and this game is on a knife edge. Van Velzen 2-6-1 on throw. Wilkinson is breathing down his neck. Big visit this. A 140 would be a godly turn.
89.
I agree with you. I looked at that first dart there and I thought 140 all over because that's what he's been doing today. But he's just left the door ajar. He doesn't want to leave the 20 bed when you're on 220. It was almost like a disappointed look. You want to go down elsewhere because it's awkward.
60.
Not enough.
He almost consigned himself there to leave in 160. Feeling that the target was obscured and he didn't want to mess about and possibly mess things up But Van Velzen with a 2-treble score to leave himself on 32. Wilkinson's had the big fish in this game. He needs the 160. He's not going to get it.
27.
He promised big things this week. The Keanu Van Velzen. He learnt his lessons in his Group A campaign. He's arrived in Group C, a competitive Group C. And he has a real strong possibility of 5 wins out of 5. Can he find the double? Absolutely he can. What a day for Keanu Van Velzen. 5 wins out of 5. And Group C favourite has had a nightmare in Carl Wilkinson. 5 out of 5. Well done, young man. I doff one's cap. Very, very good. He dominated the averages throughout Wilkinson, but he's had a day to forget. We move on to the penultimate game. It's McKee versus Huntley.
Welcome back. We're here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. 2 games to go on this Thursday afternoon here at the Modus Super Series. We've got Richard McKee and Michael Huntley going head-to-head. Before the break, we saw Keanu Van Velzen get the better of Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 3. For Van Velzen, that's 5 wins out of 5. He finds himself top of the pile as far as this Group C is concerned, to game 14 and to McKee and Huntley. And how quickly things can change. It was just a couple of matches ago, Richard McKee found himself bottom of the pile. He looked languished in 6th position. But if he wins this, he'll move up to provisional P2.
Yes, the winner of this game will then become Matt Clark
85.
fans, because if he can beat Joshua Birksfield, and then the winner of this game, he's sat in a great position overnight. It's been a funny all day. You've got that one
43.
player who's shone from beginning to end, but what a scrap we've got now for what is looking like the only other remaining players to fight for Saturday night, and that's the runner-up spot, because
140.
Van Velzen, you feel, is off and running.
Playing for P2.
43.
Feels like the course anyway as far as this group's concerned. Don't forget, there's more live darts tonight from 10 o'clock on the Pluto TV app and across the Pluto TV network. 10 matches
43.
from 10 o'clock. Glenn Durant will be in the Pluto TV studio alongside Chris Murphy for every single game.
Yes, it's great to see they're bringing the
140.
A team out for that one while you're watching Emmerdale.
Coronation Street. Get it right. Plus, it's Emmerdale on that late.
83.
Look, I still remember it as Emmerdale Farm, so don't even ask me.
Paul, you think Brookside's still on telly?
Calm down. Calm down.
100. Mike, you require
Time for
150.
McKee leaves himself on 90, forcing Huntley to take out the 150. Yes. Unable to get the second.
He felt it was a really good marker to replicate that first dart there. Maybe that was a target area he should have gone with that second dart.
90.
It's been all about fine margins, this Group C. I'm not so sure about that, Richie. You have to go at least go 20-20 bull. It's an aggressive way to go. It hasn't paid off.
30.
Huntley has an
Mike, you require
excellent
60.
opportunity now for an opening breaker throw.
2 4s. Now chasing down to 2s.
Game
But manages
shot on
to
the
find
first leg.
a
Mike
little
Huntley.
bit of a give out of emotion there for Michael Huntley. Not overly enamoured, but will be happy enough.
Second
He
leg
leads
is Mike to
1-0.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think whoever finishes in second place today has had those emotions of real up and down, and more to come tomorrow. I think it's going to be a fascinating battle. I think it's been an intriguing day today.
100.
Yeah, plenty of things up for contention tomorrow. The top 2 positions.
95.
Credit card roulette as to who pays the bill at the restaurant.
Just buy a meal. Just buy a Turkish. Just say, Glenn,
85.
I'm learning so much from you sat next to you that I'm going to buy you a Turkish kebab.
The only kebab you're getting is the one from across the road.
Well, I'm on a diet.
100.
I'm on a diet, so I'll have to be careful. Can I get a salad and a pita tomorrow, do you think? With lots of chicken and lots of nom nom nom.
You are a side salad.
100.
But we love you.
$84.
A little bit scrappy right now for Richard McKee. Huntley in good position here. If he can find a treble.
60.
Yeah, they were well thrown darts. You can see the disappointment on there because he knows that was an opportunity. McKee, who has had concerns today about an injury to his elbow and his shoulder.
60.
No real signs of that right now, but it'll be about now where he's been in the building 5 or 6 hours now, throwing darts all day. That will test that arm. He'll be tested here because Huntley
100.
has left a 2-darter.
Richard, you require
McKee,
122.
you think we'll start in the 18s?
The problem McKee's got is just feels like he's constantly on the back foot. Always looks as if he's chasing in this contest, and he may well be chasing from 2-0 behind if Huntley can convert the 56.
Yeah, I felt like he's been chasing all day, never mind just this contest. Huntley for a 2-0 lead. He loves that stage. Does he love that double top?
Game shot on the second
He does.
leg, Mike Huntley.
And he's 2-0 to the good. Now, Richard
Third leg is
McKee, Glenn,
Richard
must be
to throw
thinking it can't
first.
go on
Game
like
on.
this, can it?
It can.
Other Mick McCarthy impersonators are available.
77.
That journalist from BBC Radio Lancashire must be thinking,
100.
I never knew what was going to happen when I asked that question that day at a press conference.
Yeah, I know. At the Worlds as well, it's just like it is. It's a go-to answer. It's brilliant. Not that you were at the Worlds, obviously, because it's just the elite commentators there.
85.
Just keep watching me, Henry. Just keep analysing. You'll get there one day.
You covering the World Cup this year?
43.
In Frankfurt, early, is it May this year, is it?
Yeah, slightly early because the World Cup, obviously, the Football World Cup is in June.
If you ever want a holiday in Germany, go when the World Cup is on. The World Cup of Darts is on, because all of a sudden the sunshine, it is blisteringly hot. That is the hottest venue I've ever been in my life.
Which is ironic because it's an ice rink in the winter.
Yeah.
25.
McKee is struggling. Huntley has to attack.
McKee is thinking, this is bad, McKay.
60.
However, 140 here will put him first to the finishing post. Well, that is how you stop a rot.
180.
And I think, Henry, that is McKee's first 180 of the day. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He had one against Joshua Birksfield.
100.
Thank you very much.
Richard, you require 116.
Follow me, Glenn. You'll go places. 116.
There's nothing wrong with his finishing in this type of range.
96.
Well, he's had
Mike, you
4 top
require
plus checkouts. He's not going to add a
71.
5th to the mix, but Huntley here for the double, breaking 3-0, looking at 71.
Big 18. And if this goes, he'll feel $1 million.
51. Richard, you require 20.
Double 10 is now rather obscured. But my
Game shot on the
word,
third
he
leg,
has thrown
Richard
some dart to
McKee.
nestle his way through the barricade and bring himself back into the game at 2-1.
I know we're
Fourth leg is
stat
Mike to
mad
throw
these days in
first.
darts, but how many times
Game
today has players gone for double 10, hit one outside, second dart gone in? But that was a big opportunity for Huntley. We saw incredible disappointment from earlier.
100.
He was in an unbelievable position in a game that he threw away when he was beginning to look really good for qualification. It was against Joshua Birksfield, who he'll be up last, but he's bounced back well. But that was an opportunity to go 3-0 up and just on that cusp for victory, and to be sat in that second place, that qualifying place.
60.
Well,
125.
I just get the sense this has got last leg written all over it.
Well, I wouldn't have said that when he had the one dart or a double for that 3-0 lead. And, you know, at the back of my mind is McKee struggling with that
60.
injury that he's got. I mean, he's not visually demonstrating that, but it'll be tested at this point.
I've seen this game so many times before where a player goes 2-0 up, has an opportunity to really
59.
stretch clear. And then as soon as somebody pulls one back, all of a sudden, the ascendancy and momentum of the game just flips on its head. And I just, well, I was going to say, is it the case here? But you've got to give credit to the way Huntley's reacting here.
And I think I've seen Huntley flatter to deceive on this stage, but I'm a big believer in lessons learned.
140.
And I'm a huge believer that he'll learn lessons from doing that before. He's still in a great position here, despite the fact that McKee is down to potential 2-darter. Decision to make here again. Sometimes his setup play and some of his decision making. But that is a beautiful last dart. It could be down to something as simple as this, but it's in the hands of McKee.
Well, good guy for the treble. Finds it, double 8, big dart, big moment. Potentially a big miss.
Mike, you
this is
require
Huntley's
41.
moment. He had that opportunity to lead this match 3-0. It was only the one dart or a double. Now he's got 2. Now he's at his beloved double 16. This is big.
9.
Not the first time, as Michael Huntley had an
Richard,
ideal
you
marker,
require
but yet
8.
gone further away with the next start. As McKee looks at 2-4's level at 2-2. Beautiful guide. Big hit.
Game shot on the 4th
There
leg.
was
Richard
oodles of
McKee.
pressure on that, yet Richard McKee finds a way through. 2-2.
And as a dart
5th leg
player
is
in
for
the
Richard to
mindset
throw
of Mike
first.
Huntley right now,
Game on.
he would rather Richie hit that with his first dart. When you get that hope and expectation that you're going to go back, and he won't like it when he turns round, because this match has flipped.
180.
McKee now becomes favourite for this game. Penny for your thoughts, Mike Huntley.
This is swung quicker than a boomerang that Shane Warne's thrown.
$100.
Well, Richie McKee missed double 12 to win a week with a 9 dart, so he's not going to give us any kind of heroics like that in this leg. He won't care about
81.
heroics, he'll just care about getting the job done. He don't care if it's 9 darts or 99 darts.
Yes, we're in this world of, as I talk about stats, and the players not only want to win, but they want to win with a mighty
100.
average. I just get the sense there's quite a bit of an old school in Richard McKee. It's just the 2 points that he needs. Because, like I say, the Group C table will look good for him in a day when he's never been in that
41.
qualifying position once.
They don't write averages on trophies. They don't write my name on them either.
100.
Stop making it about you. Just the product. Should go downstairs with the last. Does go downstairs. Another potential
99.
2-darter for McKee. He was 2-0 down, remember, in this game. And it's Huntley now who is struggling.
45. Richard, you require 100.
All of a sudden, Michael Huntley is on the ropes. And all of a sudden, McKee is beginning to step
Game
in
shot on
and
the
find an
5th
uppage in
leg,
levels. That's a
Richard
tongue check out
McKee.
14 darter. Best we've seen in the match. Lead 3-2.
6th
And
leg
all of
is
a
Mike
sudden,
to throw first.
Babyface is looking rather
Game
glum.
on.
His 100+ finishes. The tally is increasing for McKee. That has been his big success.
140.
5 of them. The 134, 106, 101, 120, and now the ton added to the mix. To put it in perspective, there's only been 3 other ton plus checkouts for the entire day.
60.
The Wilkie 170 and the 116 and the ton on the nose for Joshua Birksfield. Matt Clark and Joshua Birksfield rounds off the day's action for this afternoon.
100.
But Rob Grundy, Mark Dubbridge, Richie Burnett, et al. Will be back tonight from 10 for 10 matches up until around about 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, very competitive Group B. You often see real standout performers.
60.
Players coming down from Group B. I mean, I am looking forward to seeing Rob Grundy play. But you never know what you're going to get with the likes of Mark Dubbridge and Richie Burnett, that's for sure.
45.
I've been practicing my pronunciation of David Wazowski. Is he a Wazza or a Wazza?
Was or was he? Was he on fire?
39.
And Michael Huntley looking to light him up. 62 left to take us the distance. I said it was a game that was crying out for a last leg decider. We may well be having it.
Requires 62.
Something you picked up when it was only 2-1. It looks like it's going that way. But he's had issues on this double 16. But not anymore.
Shot on the 6th leg, Mike Huntley.
That reaction tells you everything. This has been a game. He
7th
dominated
and
early
deciding leg
doors.
is
He had a
Richard to
dart to
throw
lead
first.
3-0.
Game on.
Then we saw some great darts from McKee. We are going the distance. Another last leg shootout.
And the best bit is we've still got one more game to go after this is done.
$125. 85.
Again, that dart was just covering that treble 20. Maybe going down to the 19s, and he's going to be punished here from Huntley. At times he looked down and out. He looked
100.
pretty disconsolate when he was through that 2-0 lead down. But both players now finding the treble 20 bed. This is excellent. This is a player who only had 180 going into this game.
180.
Make that 3 for this match. He's saving the best till last.
Timing sometimes in this game is everything, and there was a point where it looked like Huntley had control and McKee was just beginning to feel a bit downtrodden, but all of a sudden he's got 6 to win this game. He may take it out in 3, and if he does, it would have been his 6th tub plus checkout of the day, but he's left himself on tops after 12 on throw.
Yeah, this is hard as a player now. Yeah, it's frustrating when you know you feel like the game has gone, should really move. Should have moved, because leaving 95 to 96 is such a big difference. If he comes back, Richard McKee does move into second place. It's been a real topsy-turvy day for both players. You can just see with the handshake there from Mike Huntley. Once again, a game he felt he was in it and had a big chance, but McKee, a proven winner here, his finishing checkout's been excellent. He wins the match. We move on to our last game. It's Clark versus Berksfield.
Final game of the afternoon, and it sees Superman and the Middlesex man go head to head. as Matt Clark and Joshua Birksfield go toe-to-toe for the final match of the afternoon. Right, let's get into some permutations
First
for
leg,
you
it's
permutation
Matt to
fans
throw
out
first.
there. Keanu Van Velzen is on 10
Game
points in the
on.
group. Richard McKee is on 6. If Joshua Birksfield can win this game, he'll also join Richard McKee on 6. If Matt Clark wins it, then it'll be Van Velzen on 10, McKee on 6, and a whole raft of players on board, with the
81.
exception of Carl Wilkinson, who will be at the bottom of the pile with just 2 points to his name. So those are permutations. How is this game going to play out? Well, let's find out in no other than the 2020 Premier League
60.
champion, the 3-time Lakeside champion, 2-time World Masters champion, and a man who picked up a grand total of 0 points at the Live Lounge, Glenn Durrant.
Everything was going so well there, wasn't it?
140.
You had to mention that last line there. Well, the good news is I'll be back for the Royal Rumble. So, there you go.
Or, as I like to call it, the Royal Womble.
Do you think it'll be a
43.
massive success? Are people going to come on when they hear my noise? The crowd are going to go crazy? Do you think that's going to happen?
Well, as long as it's better than your previous wrestling attempt, we'll be fine. Oh my God, it's the baby boy!
He's doing quite well now, isn't he?
Very well.
47.
That's one of my finer moments.
Cool, we can't have many highlights then.
Well, I didn't have one with a Justin Hood. Did you see the Bullseye Challenge? My commentary was terrible.
59.
Lots of abuse I got. Why are you smiling?
No, I'm not smiling. I was just thinking about something else that you said. My brain is flooding back with memories.
141.
Such as that time we went to that pub in Frome. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was absolutely true. I would like to go back. Well, I was going to say in this game that Birksfield is going to produce as the younger man.
95.
He's got
May
that.
require
He's just seen his
92.
closest opponent now moving to second place. And he's going to put a real masterclass on here. But it's Clark, who's looked $1 million in this first leg. Started the
Game
day
shot on the
great.
first leg,
Is he about
Matt
to finish
Clark.
the day great? Lovely opening leg from Matt Clark.
Second leg, it's Joshua
14
to throw
darts up
first.
to
Game on.
lead this contest by a solitary leg to 0.
In less than 2 minutes as well. And that's what I'm saying about his rhythm right now.
60.
His practice darts when he got in today, I thought he looked great. Early doors, I thought, is he sped up? And then I just felt that, and I think right now that rhythm's good for Matt Clark. I think that rhythm is excellent for Matt Clark.
140.
And I just think he then went back into that very much more slower motion, which I don't think it's suiting his game these days.
Looking to bookend the day with wins, having won his first, looking to win his last.
140.
And it put Joshua Birksfield in a bit of a spot of bother after what looked like a very positive start to the session. Won 2 of his opening 3. Looked like he was going to make a bit of a push up the table, but he could finish up potentially 5th in the league standings.
It has. I mean, I guess when you've got one player running away with things, we're going to see so many changes for that second place, but it does leave it wide open tomorrow.
85.
And who's to say that Carl Wilkinson, who should be out on 2 points, still only 4 points behind that player in second position. Yep, join us tomorrow for the culmination of Group C. We've already got Tommy
60.
Morris from Group A, who was sensational. He really was. It was one I thought was a brilliant display on what was a really competitive, tough Group A this week.
Middlesex against Kent.
140.
It's like a county championship game. Rob Key against Phil Tufnell.
Is Middlesex and Kent close to each other?
Yes. In the south.
Exactly. You're going all south again.
100. Joshua, you
But they're both
require
from the south.
76.
It's a criticism. He's based in Manchester now, so, learn a bit more. As Burford looks at this 76, looking for a good moment. Has he got one? Well, there's the answer.
56.
And Matt Clark
you
with that
require
type of finish as a dart
101.
player. We haven't seen an awful lot of big finishing from the majority of players in this Group C. This would hurt.
Well, Clark looking for a Lancashire hot shot, but the 101 is off the table.
54.
Better.
Joshua, you require 20.
Well, as we know today, double 10 means the first dart goes wide. Told you.
That
17.
I'm going to be honest, it looked very
May
erratic from
require
first start to
47.
last. And Matt Clark, if he saw that, would have fed off it. And we'll try and gobble this opportunity up.
Well, as I mentioned, he won his opening game of the day in the first game of the day, 4-0. It was looking rosy.
27.
This is a
Joshua,
reprieve.
you
Of that,
require
there is
3.
absolutely no doubt. But Joshua Burks has got to make the most of the chance. He's got to make the most of this. Has to throw this with full
Game shot on the
conviction and
second
does.
leg,
We have
Joshua
seen the
Birchfield.
finish of three times today,
Third
and
leg,
all
it's Matt
three
to throw
have been
first.
hit.
Game on.
Birksfield gets away with one.
Turns out 3 is the magic number. Oh, that's that perfect. If he don't get a 140 here, he'll be disappointed.
140.
Gets the minimum requirement from that first dart.
Who tops the table in Group B tonight then? Who will I be discussing with you at 1 o'clock tomorrow? That is top of the table in Group B.
Jose Justicia.
59.
I think he's, at the minute, you look at the numbers, you break down the way he played in Group A, what he's been doing elsewhere, I think he's a level above all 4 players. I'll be honest, I fancy him to complete the card tonight.
Yeah, don't sit on the fence.
Watch out for Wazzy.
140.
He's been tidy the last few times he's been here. I think he's one of those players that is knocking on the door. It may not be this time, but it
60.
may well be another time in the not too distant future.
Can we still see the magic of Burnett and Dudbridge?
I'm not sure now.
100.
I think, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, I think Burnett's been on the slide for about 6 months.
Has he still got the love for the speaker? Should I?
Oh, he'll never change. He'll go and do some daft things.
140.
But I'm
Might
just
you
not sure at the
require
minute he's the same player that we've
121?
been accustomed to.
Well, nothing daft about Matt Clark right now. He's averaging... Why do I do that? Well, he's averaging 99.66 before this. Just needs to double check. Big 20 certainly doesn't want the treble 20 at this point.
81.
Birksfield nowhere to be seen at the moment, averaging 72. That fatigue of a long day here at the Modus Super Series seems to be affecting Joshua Birksfield more than it is Matt
May you
Clark.
require 40.
Tops to stay on throat and for a 2-1 lead.
13
shot on the
darter.
third
What a
leg,
performance
Matt
this
Clark.
is for Matt Clark thus far. 2 on to the good, averaging just a shade under
Fourth leg,
99.
it's Joshua to throw
And
first.
it feels like Joshua
Game on.
Birksfield is currently in a minefield.
3 legs played, only 7 minutes. And I'm talking about the rhythm of Clark.
100.
He's playing a lot of darts.
140.
And every time I look at his ADCs, it's got the word champion next to it as well. So he's got that winning feeling. Seems a while since we've seen him on this stage. He's done it the hard way. He's gone down the ADC route to do that.
100.
And there's no doubt he's come here with a point to prove. And the way he's playing, he's proving the point rather well. More so today than perhaps he has done on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
60.
But I just get the sense if Birksfield loses this game, he may feel like a big opportunity to get himself in and around contention tonight would have come and gone a-begging.
Yeah.
But this is more like it.
140.
And he fits that profile as well about someone coming through the ADC ranks, someone who's, we've talked about the fact that he's top of the table in his Super League rank. These are the types of players that you want to see on this stage. New faces, new opportunities.
60. Joshua, you require
But
161.
I think when he self-reflects today, I think it'll be bordering on disappointment, certainly if he loses this game.
Can't be done now.
39.
But he's made a bit of a mess of that. He's only let himself 1-2-2. And this is where all of a sudden, if Matt Clark piles in a couple of big uns here, the complexion of this leg completely changes. Because Birksfield looking at 2-2 may all of a sudden be looking at 3-1 down in a few moments' time.
Joshua,
if he
you
does not
require
convert this, so that slip in the
122.
triple one has saved him somewhat.
Well, it has, but it does leave a finish. Can still finish.
52.
90
Now
points
you
of that last
require
time. Just wondering the mindset of
180.
Joshua right now. As Clark looks at this 118. Should start in the 20s, but you see players starting in the 18s. Needs the treble now. Well thrown dart. That's unlucky. Be back to the 18s. And for Berksfield, this has to go. You don't
Joshua, you require
expect
70.
Clark to be missing at the moment. He looks $1 million right now.
Well, you've got to give credit to Joshua here because he's being outplayed and he's found a way to get back level.
Joshua Berksfield.
Not for the first time. And it's at that point, though, I
Fifth
say
leg,
to you,
it's
Henry,
Matt to
that
throw first.
you can only hang on for so
Game
long.
on.
Then you're waiting for something special from Berksfield because he has been second best, but he's 2-2. And that's not for the first time today. He's putting himself in these positions. Now you want to see the afterburners. Now you want him to go 12 dart, 12 dart.
122.
Tell yourself not only can you get through this Group C, but demonstrate the firepower to win the week.
And because of where he's based, I'm sure there's going to be a fair few that would come down to watch him should he qualify.
70.
Middlesex teammates, possibly.
I know we've gone on a lot about Middlesex County, but they're also doing really well. They're up to the championship, top of the table as well.
99.
Flourishing part of the world.
I think I've just remembered that karaoke bar middle, something controller, the fat controller.
60.
Something like that anyway. Come on, Middlesex Massive, let me know. Don't be sending me Super League tables. I mean, it was 20 years ago, so it's probably it's probably something else now.
Probably a shop or something.
140.
Once again, Clark. Scores of 122, 99 and 140.
60. Matt, you require 140.
Put himself in a really good position here.
$76.
Was it the karaoke box by any chance?
No.
I move on.
100.
64 for Clark.
64.
And he's got time from here to go one away.
We'll stay there. To tops. And to a 3-2 lead. Matt Clark, who started today fantastically well with a 4-0 win over Richard McKee, who sat pretty in second place.
Game on.
And as Henry mentioned, when we looked at the permutations, a win here for Matt Clark really does bring the field together. It looks like Van Velzen he's gone. A couple of wins tomorrow, he'll be absolutely fine. But the fight for second place will be a fascinating one.
I think it's a 14-point group. I think 14 points will see you through.
100.
I think 12 points will get you through.
With a good legs difference.
No, I think 12 points will be absolutely fine. I think 3 wins for McKee tomorrow. It'll be take some beating for the other. They're then looking at 4 points, and as you mentioned there, we're looking at legs difference. This win here for Matt Clark, if he can get over the line, really does mean it also brings Carl Wilkinson into the equation.
And you get the sense that
60.
he should, in theory anyway, have a better fortune than he did yesterday.
Oh, in his mind, he'd be out. Well, this is why we love the Modus Super Series. This is why stories are created week in, week out.
57.
Well, the question is, what can Berksfield drag out of the rest of the day here? What can he find as the reserve tank reaches empty? He's going to be flat on the floor, but can he just find
97.
something just when his body's telling him no?
$85.
Been really impressed with Clark here. I mean, we know his attributes. We know what he's all about. He'll probably look at games 2, 3 and 4 that he played today and where did it go wrong. But The beginning of the day and the end of the days look fantastic. And for Berksfield, how long do you want to be learning on the job? I fancied his chances today. I think he's had lots of opportunities. But he's been around about that 95 average to 100 average throughout here as Matt Clark. Can he see out the job?
Well, can Berksfield find something out of left field here?
60.
If he finds this might well be the most impactful finish of the week.
Felt and feels like a Hail Mary. There's nowhere near that Clark.
37.
In total and
Matt,
utter control of this game.
So 84 for the match. A 4-2 win, which would put him on to 4 points. And I mean that everybody would be in play going into the final day. Double 12 and plenty of opportunities from here. Double 6 is not there. It clips the wire.
72. Joshua, you require 120.
Can Josh be the boss? Nowhere near his best. But he's fighting and he's scrapping, but it's not enough.
And so Matt Clark comes back 3 more in hand at double 6 to wrap this up by a 4-leg to 2 margin. He lost 3 on the spin, having won his first. Is he going to bookend his day with victories? If not, Berksfield's on the scene. Perfect guide. Can he? Yes, he can. He finds a way through just about. Matt Clark beats Joshua Berksfield by 4 legs to 2. He finishes the day with 4 points to his name. That the tale of the tape. Clark a 4-2 winner, averaging 91.5, 4 from 10 in terms of his finishing. So Matt Clark finishes up on 4 points, but it's a perfect day as far as Keanu Van Velzen is concerned. A perfect day. 10 points to his name, having won 5 out of 5. Richard McKee on 6 with Michael Huntley, Matt Clark and Joshua Berksfield on 4. Carl Wilkinson with just 2 points to his name. That's the end of the action for this afternoon. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV between now and tonight. Next up, Break a Throw features PDC stars Joe Cullen and Johnny Clayton. Richie Burnett is in action tonight as Group B gets underway. We return for this session tomorrow from 1. Tommy Morris is in finals night Saturday from 7:30, and Archie Self is the first name we can confirm for week 3. But from Glenn Durant and myself, Henry Deacon, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tonight from 10. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magny!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.